Inward Falls by Patrick Zielinski. Read here by Nicholas Goroff. Morning. The shape, color, and origin of the stain colonizing the only open seat were new to Henry Abramowski. He made contact with the edge and leaned forward, forearms on legs for support. He tried to check the time, but the wall display was obscured by a translucent advertisement.
"Everyone has a lucky number,"
a voice from the left said. Henry looked over. The eyes staring at him resembled the reflections of reeds in murky water. It was an elderly woman, chin on hands, hand on cane, head craned to face her new neighbor, no watch. "Nobody warned me," he replied, looking away. The person on his right was dreaming, betrayed by muscle contractions around the eyes. Sleeves covered a potential timepiece.
"You just don't know yours yet."
She paused.
"The corollary holds too. We all have unlucky numbers."
Henry gazed back at the reeds. "Plural?" She lifted her head, and then her cane, with which she gently tapped his shoe.
"There's a lot more bad luck to go around, especially now,"
she said. "As opposed to the war?"
"Sure. Luck implies risk. It requires some chaos. Not much of either in the center."
The reeds disappeared behind the eyelids.
"Hard to predict things in battle. Luck interjects more often."
Henry looked at his feet. "If we could account for all the variables, luck disappears?" he asked. She nodded.
"Or becomes one of the variables. But if we can predict it, is it still luck?"
she asked. Henry thought about it. "No. And I don't think luck implies risk or requires chaos. I think we can almost never know when we're lucky and when not, because we can't know the alternatives. I could say a pleasant, quiet walk is itself lucky, since it could have been unpleasantly loud. I could say the unpleasantly loud walk was lucky because it stalled me from some further greater displeasure, or that it took my mind off something painful. We're always rationalizing. I could take almost any missed opportunity, a first love that didn't get a chance, not going on some particular journey, whatever, and imagine it unfolding in the most beautiful or horrible ways. I could do the same for most apparent achievements. The love you did find, the passions that animated your life, friends you chose, all of it could ultimately limit or expand one's potential. It's impossible to know." Someone across from Henry stood up, and his impromptu debate partner moved to take the spot.
"Long answer,"
she said. "Sorry."
"You mentioned we can almost never know. What, in your mind, are exceptions?"
Henry looked at the unreadable clock again. "Surviving? Near-death type things. Hard to argue it would be lucky to die."
"Well, greater suffering may have been around the corner."
He took his time before responding. "You're right," he said. She sighed.
"No, I was rationalizing. In battle, that isn't an option. You don't have time to think about luck, but you do get to see it. Sometimes you only hear it in a radio or whizzing overhead. Other times it's just a feeling, but it is there. Good, bad, often ambiguous, but real."
"Maybe," Henry replied.
"Indeed."
"What about imbued in objects? Why are certain trinkets considered lucky and others not so, or even cursed?" She smiled.
That's better. There are also places, often called shrines, even specific times, days, seasons.
The person on her left stood up. Henry did too, checked the stain was unaltered, and occupied the new, cleaner seat. But those are dependent on something or someone, he replied.
Isn't it all? Your luck on the battlefield has its doppelganger on the other side.
Like an equal and opposite reaction, he asked.
I don't know if it has to be equal or opposite.
Can other things be lucky? She took a while to answer.
I hope so. One tree that makes it through a blaze when all around it are ash, is it lucky? Maybe it's unlucky, or even cursed.
Is all of nature unlucky, or are we?
Hard to say,
she replied. They took a mutually unprompted pause. What about curses? Are those part of the same realm? Henry asked.
I don't know. They're probably adjacent.
Isn't it subjective? Someone tells you this or that is cursed, and you become paranoid. It messes with your mind until you make the kind of mistake the curse can take credit for. She picked a loose piece of fabric from his jacket.
All things are subjective and objective, including us. Some things are more of one than the other.
She hesitated, then continued.
At least in our perception, which is itself largely subjective and therefore varied. But none are wholly represented by one domain.
There are objectively more and less effective ways to curse someone, even though the act requires a subject.
Probably.
And the more subjective symbols are easier to corrupt? She smiled before answering.
Your lucky number is revealed rather than chosen. It is discovered, not invented. Most people never find it, and about as many observe or choose incorrectly. Otherwise, you could reconsider every time you saw a new number. It isn't a panacea either. Luck is just an indication that things will go better than they otherwise would. But how much better is subject to other variables.
Henry put his legs out straight and slouched into the seat. I still don't see how luck shows up in war. Misfortune is the specter.
You'll find chaos doesn't play favorites. I take my chances. She can only do so much.
The dead will be glad to hear it. She sighed and hit his ankle with the cane. Henry recoiled a bit, but didn't audibly affirm the surprising power. I guess you were lucky. You hit the only pacifist on the platform, he said.
She's still with me sometimes, and not the only one. Maybe the better one,
she said, putting the cane in her lap. Why the feminine? Is misfortune male in nature?
It might be, but I use the feminine for chaos. Fortune has a similar, if not derivative, spirit. Why does a pacifist need bandanas?
She pointed to the fabric poking out from his waist. Henry tucked it back in. They are non-violent deeds which require a covered face. So far we've talked mainly about the hypothetical, about ideas, labeling things. What about the practical, the actual?
Ideas are the soul of action,
Henry nodded. And we can't really control ideas. They manifest and we interpret them. That's it?
You might be able to control ideas, but you can't control luck. Maybe it's more than an idea.
Henry smiled. Maybe it doesn't exist. She laughed.
Maybe.
They sat in silence for a bit.
"First time on the ferry?"
she asked. "No, I use it quite often, actually."
"One of the anointed, then. What are the odds I sit next to you on my last trip?"
"Incredibly low or functionally certain. Depends on who you ask. Maybe fortune favors the frivolous."
"Well, in the center it's the best you can get."
"That's why I tend to avoid it, as much as one can, anyway."
"Luck?"
she asked. "The center. I try to stay far as possible. I'm a surveyor." A voice came on the loudspeakers throughout the waiting area. "Now boarding Ferry 7 for Inward Falls." And that's me.
"Surveying at the Falls and 7. Be good."
"I'll try not to upset her," Henry said, standing up.
"Trying will upset her. Just smile and nod when she appears. I'll give you a secret. Have as much fun as possible, the whole way through. If you can laugh in the worst of times, you can survive. If you can make others laugh while you're at it, you're indispensable. Those who can breathe life into the world."
Henry looked toward the screen that was still blocking the wall clock, but now had a time on the screen itself, which reminded him of the boarding. "Why is this your last trip?" he asked, still looking away.
"You'll miss the ferry if I tell you that."
He considered.
"It was fun talking to you,"
she said, reading his face. "Likewise. I'm Henry, by the way."
"Goodbye, Henry,"
she said. "Thank you. I hope it's a good ending." She nodded. He started half running, then stopped, turned around to look at the woman once more. She was walking behind, quite close already. She tapped his trainer with her cane again, and they both smiled. Directed by signage, he walked to his platform. The entire central station was massive and crowded, but impeccably well maintained, as if nobody had previously walked its floors, spilled their complimentary drinks, fogged a glass display with their breath, left so much as a fingerprint behind. Speakers blared a second time. "Last call for Ferry 7 to Inward Falls." Henry made his way to the last pod on the assigned track, ascended the 4-step retractable steps, and scanned his token. The door snapped open. 3 seats were unoccupied. A corner spot with a decent view, surrounded by a loud family. An aisle seat with a novel stain running down its spine. And the lonely seat set apart from the rest, usually reserved for the last one in, or a prisoner. Henry chose, sat, sighed, and closed his eyes. "Excuse me, would you mind switching spots?" Henry looked over. It was an older man, dressed a bit too elegant for 3rd class. The surveyor pointed toward the backrest. "There's a stain on this one." The man was already up and moving to usurp. "Oh, I don't mind. Well, actually, I do. That's why I picked that one, but it's my first time, and I'm not fond of seeing the world go so quickly." Henry got up, but didn't move further. "Sure, no worries. But you won't be seeing anything go by anyway." "I'm worried." "Me too. Sorry for prodding." They started moving. "I'm used to it. Can't exhale or even pass wind without being harassed or shadowed by some ghouls," the man said. They crossed. Henry's new seat was spotless. "In a cornucopia of conformity, descent invites death. Only phantoms can avoid that. Thanks for the spot." "I'm Zawisza." "Henry. And you won't feel the speed. Well, not feeling it almost induces a new kind of feeling. like your insides are confused. But the pills will get you sleeping through most of it. What brings you to the falls? Zawisza asked. Work. Me too. Henry started looking through his bag, feigning busyness. Well, actually, I'm auditioning. The feign ceased momentarily. What for? Henry asked. A night in Republic of Friends. I think so, anyway. I'll take anything. No return token. Henry took out and opened his notebook, occasionally hatching and jotting as they talked. Is it going to be a long audition? The knight took his time before responding. Technically a full dress rehearsal in front of an elite audience, and I'm a last-minute replacement for the other night. What happened to him? Henry asked. Problems with management, they said. And you've been practicing? All my life, in a way. How does it end? I only have experts. Don't even know how my part ends. How last minute is it? They test me half an hour after landing. The play's 3 after that. I may drop by, if they allow last-second spectators. A voice came through the speakers in the pod. Attention passengers, your trip to Inward Falls will commence in approximately 3 minutes. For your own safety, please remain in your seat when the ferry is moving. An attendant will be providing your amenities as laid out on your token. Please ingest immediately to avoid delays upon arrival. Henry pecked at the onboard entertainment display. An attendant clad in corrosive green company garb asked for the pair's proof of purchase. Are you sure you don't want an upgrade? He asked while scanning the tokens. The seated pair synchronized the shake of their heads. All right, enjoy your trip. The attendant produced 2 individually encased pills and 2 vials, handed them to the pair, and moved on. Zawisza is quite the name. The knight laughed. It did preempt rude aliases in school. I'm trying to imagine the short list it competed with, Henry said. It's a disarming name. Distinct, at least I think so. Unique can be risky. You're right. What is it you're working on? Zawisza asked. Sorting out some disputed boundaries, and giving a guided tour. I'm a surveyor. And I'll give you a piece of advice that may transcend our roles. Confidence opens more doors than competence. Not the doors I need, Henry said. Nobody can be certain of their needs. Always changing. Can't operate on potential, on the unseen. But that is all we do. We have apparent goals, ostensible paths, but we're always guessing. But we have barometers to help, and we hone them over time. I couldn't abandon that in an instant, even if I wanted to, even if it led to something better. The barometers can't be too rigid, though. Nor too loose. Well, I appeal to confidence. Indecisiveness doesn't mix well. What makes you think I lack confidence? Nobody lacks confidence. It gets buried under other things. Competence can be a curse, as anything. You need the proper mix. Is there a proper mix? I don't know, but it's worth looking for. The speakers came on again. 1 minute to launch. Cheers, Henry said, smiling, and put his hand out. Good luck with the boarders, said the knight. As they shook hands, he slipped Henry another encased capsule. Zawisza washed his single down with enthusiasm, put on his safety belts, laid back, eyes closed. Whereas the attendant's brand-name sleep aid matched his outfit, almost transparent, Zawisza's contraband was of a much darker and more opaque variety. Henry swallowed both, fastened his belts, and promptly lost consciousness. The surveyor's dream was interrupted by the speaker system welcoming announcement. Zawisza was already on his feet and ready to leave. The pod was almost empty.
"It'll take about an hour to kick. Good luck,"
he said, and started walking. "Thank you. Likewise," Henry replied. The surveyor collected his things and waited for everyone else to get off. He ripped a page from his notebook, folded it, and flicked it like a skipping stone under the seats in front of him. "Enjoy your stay," the attendant said as Henry left. Stepping down and off, Henry looked at the entirely glass exterior of the station and the bleak emptiness beyond. An impossible-to-miss sign stated all of Inward Falls, minus the floors, was encased in glass, and that it was the only mapped location on the central network that let people peek at the outside. Henry made his way from the platform toward a moving walkway tunnel which connected it to the wider complex. The one way in or out of the falls. These twin walkways were always busy. Another sign warned that the platforms moved quickly, and that standing still was strongly recommended. Henry ignored it, as he had on previous occasions, and walked along, receiving disparaging looks as he did. "Who rushes to a resort?" one person pondered aloud. "The workers do when we're late," said Henry.
"I'm going to work, and I'd walk the other way if I could,"
another voice said, achieving a few laughs. Henry turned and continued backward for a bit, to a few more laughs. A new disembodied voice came over the intercoms as he faced forward. "Welcome to Inward Falls. Before your official entry is recorded, please enjoy the largest art gallery outside of the center, featuring some of the greatest artwork humans have amassed, including rare pieces from before the war. A reminder that the penalty for touching artwork is severe. Some of the artists are in attendance, and they may be harsher than the authorities if their work is tampered with. No open food or drink in the gallery except water and sustenance pills. Limit of 1 hour per person per day after arrival and before departure. All pods into and out of the falls are temporarily halted while we investigate a possible threat. Enjoy your stay. Avoid flaunting wealth and refrain from shopping with unlicensed vendors. Thank you." As Henry stepped off the walkway, he glanced at the wall of earpieces, meant to accompany one's tour, ignored it, and kept walking. The gallery was grand. High ceilings, fancy floorboards, guards, attendants. Paintings, propped up on large barricades, rendered it a sort of maze. Henry observed the mass of new arrivals rushing through the gallery without noticing any of the artwork, which made sense, given most of the pieces had been up for years. One new work caught the surveyor's attention and stopped him. He took out and opened his notebook, then jotted as he looked. It was a military scene in watercolor, depicting at once a general going into battle in the background and a statue dedicated to him in an identical pose in the foreground. "It's satire," said a voice behind him. "I know. The horse is facing the wrong way. Twice," Henry replied without turning. "Thousands of people have already come through today. None of them gave it a second look, except the ones with those damned earphones." "How did you know?" "I painted it." The surveyor turned. "I like your stuff, and I'm no fan of auditory bonuses either," he said. "Thank you. The herd heard nothing. No decent artist paints with the intention of having viewers distracted by someone with a degree in too much debt explaining the bristle-making process, or which market the pigment came from. We paint them to be looked at, to be absorbed, or we paint for ourselves, out of compulsion." Henry smiled. "Reminds me why I hate that sign in the station so much. Beauty on the other side of a short tunnel is spoiled for new arrivals. They already paid for their tokens and got off the ferry. Why not let them be surprised? Much easier to maintain order when you control novelty itself. Though almost everybody knows before they get here anyway. Our lives are curated more stringently than any art exhibit. I think there must be at least one painter near the top of the center. It's a beautifully awful system, and it works. When people are expecting surprise, when they know uncertainty, they think in ways that are poisonous to power." "Not just a good painter, then?" Henry asked. "Anyone who permits themselves a single art form or vocation is making a mistake. Such is the crux of specialization. Thought itself ends up too narrow. And yet I've seen many dip into areas, perhaps close to ones they have already achieved some mastery in, and they look, sound, and surely feel hopeless." The artist started walking. Henry followed. "It's not for everyone, but that which you observe is the product of the entire structure. If from birth to school to work to death, our horizons are narrowed for us, then of course many who try to venture outside the barriers imposed will appear clueless, especially in the early stages. We're taught to condemn and resent those that try to transcend the borders." "I know that. I'm supposed to define the borders. And it's hard to avoid getting in trouble with competing authorities, unified in their disdain for me." "You're the surveyor." "Among other things." The artist sat on a bench facing the piece where they started. Henry followed. "Is it still satire when nobody notices?" "Is it still art when nobody notices?" the artist replied. Henry looked back at the painting as he considered, then pulled his notebook out while he answered. "I think so. It would still be art even if there was no life to appreciate it, no?" The artist removed a hefty flask from his breast pocket and took a large swig out of it. "Maybe. I don't care either way. The choice to paint is out of my hands," he said, offering Henry the flask. The surveyor was jotting and scribbling, but paused promptly and looked up. "I think I know what you mean," he said, accepting the vessel, and took a small sip. "I don't think I've ever loved anyone more than painting." Henry took another sip and returned the container. "That's okay. If you loved a couple of people almost as much, then you probably loved more than most." The artist smiled, took another generous swig, and restored it to its sheath by his heart. "I should introduce you to my wife," he said. Henry chuckled and looked at the painting again. "I've loved many women. Still love all of them. You can't really unlove somebody, at least not the memory of them. If you can, it wasn't love to begin with. When life expectancy hits 300, I'm sure divorcees will be common." Henry pointed to an oddly colored splotch in one of the artwork's corners. "What's that?" "An accidental stroke, but a good one. There's bits of that in all art, watercolor especially. You never know how it'll dry. Like developing and trimming film. Sometimes the best cuts are unintentional." "Not the case with surgery," the artist quipped. "Nor cooking." "Fleecing sheep." "Driving." "Trees." "Wires." "Friends." "Enemies." They laughed together, then sat silent for a bit. "I have trouble cutting people off. especially women. Better not engaging. Eventually they get bored, Henry said. The artist shook his head. They're not bored of you. They think you're bored of them. Much worse. Henry immediately felt the weight of this revelation on his back and looked at his new acquaintance. Well, now I feel like shit. The artist smiled. When I paint, when I cram an exhibition like this into a few weeks, I try to remove myself from anything that could influence the art. And sadly, that includes the wife, the kids, other art in all its forms. Music is the only exception. Why music? I don't know. It's more of a guide than an influence. No, not a guide. Something else. A torch? A charm? More than that. It's a spirit. The stage is empty, the music starts, the story unfolds. I can also focus completely on the painting with music in the background. Do you ever listen to music when you aren't painting? Never. The artist got up and walked up to his work, then got on one knee and beckoned for Henry to come over. How many check the name? He said as Henry walked toward him. The surveyor, aware of his own guilt in abstaining, followed the man's arm and finger. Boris W.S.P. To be fair, it's a bit hard to see. You kept it in the shadows. Yeah, he said, still looking at his signature. I don't think it matters how many people know your name. Fame only makes it harder to stay true, Henry said. True to what? The ideas in your head. The gasp of an onlooker. The winding clock. The specter of consciousness. Your own reflection in the mirror. All of it. The artist got back to his feet and looked at Henry. Good insight for a surveyor, he said, and started walking. Henry followed. And you're perceptive for an artist. They chuckled and started walking around the exhibit. I've got a poker game in an hour, Henry. A few characters and a few hooligans. A firework technician and a pilot. Want in? Absolutely. Any of them cheat? Yes. A waiter appeared in front of the two. Mr. Boris, sir, refill? The artist laughed and pulled out his flask. Of course, and one for my guest, and one for you. Finish it, then pour another. The waiter began the ritual. Don't get caught, Henry said as they all drank. Boris returned his flask to the waiter for another top-up. If anyone gives you trouble, say you're acting on direct orders from the man who gave us the only new bits of this exposition. Then look at the art, have some fun, talk to some ladies. The waiter coughed after his second glass. Henry noticed a man staring at him from across the exhibit. The latter gave it up after a few seconds and disappeared behind a display case. As you say, sir, right away, the waiter said, returning a full flask and taking the surveyor's empty glass. That was nice, Henry said as they continued walking through the exhibition. Revolutionary. His first chance to act as if he was already free. Who knows where that culminates? An unsavory place if he's not careful. Everyone knows how to be careful. That's what we all do. Not all of the time. Speaking of, the game is taking place in one of the air domes. You're playing poker on a tennis court? The courts are there, but the bubble in question is a house of squalor now. Booze, blaze bums, brilliance. Not much has changed then. Boris chuckled. Henry continued. Let me guess, they got the clay courts?
It's like living over water or lava. Walkways, stilts, platforms, the lot.
Does anyone play?
Oh, yeah. One of the conditions was keeping a few of the courts clean. They even started a ladder. Drunks and crooks compete with the club players sometimes. A few pros or regulars. Fun to watch.
I like the idea. By the way, the waiter isn't acting free. He's listening to a new authority. They stopped and looked over at the server chatting with some friends.
Maybe he's good enough at faking it to fool us both. If not, it's still a decent start.
You're a good egg, Boris. The artist sipped from his flask.
Until the wine runs out,
he said with a smile, then continued.
This is you.
He pointed to the turnstiles which separated the exhibit from Inward Falls proper. I know, I've been here before.
Of course the surveyor would have been. This one on the far left is quite the fan. Won't bother you much.
He waved to the worker as he finished and continued to sip. Thanks for everything. I'll see you at the game.
Don't drink too much,
Boris said, turned as he chugged his flask and looked for the waiter. Henry considered picking a different turnstile, but eventually opted for the recommendation.
Are you a friend of Boris? I noticed you talking and laughing. I've never seen him laugh, though I only just met him the other day,
the worker said. Primarily a fan, but also a friend, Henry replied.
Same ferry with the former, and not jealous at all about the latter,
she said, and waved him through without any checks. I think he likes you more than me.
You think so? He is a bit old for me.
He is, more than a bit. Better to be a friend than a muse. Less disappointment. And the art will not be tarnished in your eyes. Keep it cordial. She looked at Henry.
I'll think about it.
The surveyor walked through the massive leisure area. Pits, pools, pool halls, basketball courts, playgrounds, places to eat, bumper carts, spaces to sleep, beaches, picnic zones, trampolines, yoga mats, a solitary newspaper stand, roller coasters, hotels, motels, hostels, bed and breakfasts, brothels, bridals, restaurants, restrooms, concert halls, comedy, opera, and tragedy. Luxury and simplicity, vice and virtue. Equal solace for the restful and restless, a commingling of all the entertainments and merely an introduction. Music and sense were pumped into the space, all carefully tested and iterated upon endlessly to elicit the most participation possible. A utopia for quiet, compliant consumers. The first motels were a few hundred paces from the turnstiles. Past an elegant, exclusive zone, then came the information center, one of the largest buildings in the Falls, and responsible for collecting more information than it provided. Then a small business plaza, highly valued territory, peddling scooters, souvenirs, stilettos, sangria, and suitcases to fit all the other impulse purchases. Henry went by them too. As he walked, the security kiosks spread further and further apart, and building amenities were listed in larger and larger letters. But everything was still clean, still orderly. He picked a relatively risky-looking building, inside and out, clearly overdue some renovations and in the midst of other repairs, called the Solace Inn. The lobby was poorly lit, but well furnished. How much for a room? He asked the only visible employee. The concierge looked a bit puzzled at first, but adjusted quickly.
The cheapest we have is 500cc a night.
Does it have a balcony?
No, those go for 1,000.
I'll take one. Nicest few?
Only a few left. 5th floor, 1500 cc.
That'll do. Have you got a lounge?
We have a bar.
Henry smiled. Better. She pointed behind him.
Back the way you came in, and to the left, up the ramp.
Henry looked back, and again at the concierge, who was holding her arm high, dangling the key between 2 fingers. Cheers, Henry said as they traded currency for key. The bar was empty. No tender in sight. Hello, Henry said, looking for a bell to ring. Excuse me? A voice from behind startled him. It wasn't the bartender. It was the man he saw looking at him during the exhibition. I know you're a surveyor, and I need your help to get me outside of the enclosure. Oh? Well, maybe we should take a breath before discussing such grossly illegal acts. Exchange names and stuff, Henry replied. I'm an explorer, the man refused, and a collector. Sometimes exploring requires access, or a guide. I know what you do, and I can compensate you adequately if you help me. Henry peered over the bar to check if the barkeep was on the floor, looked around some more, and returned his gaze to the man. What are you looking for? He asked. A pathfinder. Pardon? The man looked confused. Some call them seekers or locators. They have many names. They point you in the direction of what you want, I think. They're like universal good luck charms that really work. You haven't heard of them? Henry looked at the man. Never. There's more than one? Probably. Hopefully. Would make it easier to find one. They're from before the war. Nobody knows their origins now. Most people don't think they exist. And you need me to... Like I said, get me outside the complex. If they're older than the center, they've got to be out there. A bartender appeared from behind the counter and took an aggressive stance with both fists on the marble surface, to the visible concern of the 2 men. Are you buying or crying? She asked. He'll get your best wine, red. Both it is, she muttered as they turned. Come on. Henry pointed toward a spot in the middle of all the unoccupied tables. Why the middle? You sit in the corner of an empty bar the next 5 people who come in here, and the bartender will know it's worth listening in. So? The man asked as they sat. Not necessarily, the surveyor began. Not necessarily what? The owner of one of the casinos could be using one to get money, or the center could be using them all to maintain power. Or they don't exist. There are many possibilities. They don't need to be outside, assuming they exist. The explorer's eyes were surveying the room. I read that when left unused, they call out to those close by, but only if they are actively searching and not in possession of another. Lots of rules, apparently. The bartender arrived with their bottle. No glasses, she said. I wear contacts, Henry answered. The explorer took his off. Better? No, might be worse actually, she answered, removing 2 small bowls from her trolley. Cheers, Henry said, as she walked away, to which she returned and raised a thumb without turning, and walked past the bar and out of view. Henry started pouring, giving himself a healthier portion. You know, for a place called Inward Falls, there should be an indoor waterfall, the explorer chimed in. You aren't gonna make it outside if you need that, he said, pointing to the man's cane. And there are at least 2 indoor waterfalls, or there were last time I was here. Oh?
Well, it is just that big, I guess. And my legs work well enough. This cane serves many purposes. The perception of harmlessness can go a long way for someone who doesn't want to encounter authorities. Also makes a decent baton.
Henry smiled. I was introduced to that utility earlier today. They chuckled.
I'll keep the rest of it a mystery if you don't mind,
the explorer said, sipping from his bowl. The cane or the Pathfinder?
The story, the details, the important bits.
Henry emptied his bowl and flipped it top down, then flipped it again and poured another generous dose. You're too old and too drunk, he said, then finished his second.
I'm not paying you to tell me things I already know. I'm paying you to get me outside. The rest is taken care of. Why do you care if I fail to return?
The surveyor poured again and sipped. It could complicate things for me, get me in trouble.
They don't let anyone else outside normally, so who will notice?
The cameras will notice, for a start.
You say I made you do it. Threatened you.
Henry sighed, then used the last bit of bottle to replenish the explorer's nearly full bowl. I've had many hours to explore the outside, and I haven't found any buildings or landmarks that might hold such a device, assuming it's real. A woman entered the bar, which took the attention of both men. Keep looking and you'll pay double, she said, disappearing behind the bar. The men looked back at each other. Tough joint. The man nodded.
How far from the complex did you stray?
The habitable zone goes about an hour's walk in all directions. Your eyes can tell where it ends, and maybe some other senses too.
Have you been outside this habitable zone?
Only for a few minutes at a time, and only with the right equipment, Henry answered, taking a set of keys out of his pocket.
They exaggerate the danger to keep you on a leash. Same with everyone else thinking there isn't one.
The safe part is dangerous enough on its own, but maybe you're right. The researchers get to go further, though they have vehicles.
Could we get one?
If I had a week to plan, maybe.
So?
Not sure I have a week. Or the will, Henry said, removing a key from the chain.
What do you have?
Uncertainty.
I know that much, but I'm perplexed. I tell you about an object that can practically fulfill your dreams, and you're worried about a routine assignment from the center.
Henry looked at the ceiling, squeezing the key in his hand, then glanced back to the explorer, then looked away to a still empty bar. You said they point you. That's not the same as fulfillment. I know where my dreams are. The surveyor focused on the man across from him, who was now looking elsewhere.
Can you help me at all?
The explorer asked. Maybe after I dream them. Henry looked at the loose key. The explorer laughed a bit, gulped his drink down, and introduced his bowl to a copious amount of currency.
I appreciate the honesty. When I'm deciding your future, I'll take that into consideration.
You'll have a lot of dreams before that, I hope, Henry said, and grinned. The explorer stood and put a bunch of bills into Henry's bowl.
Enjoy the wine. I'm sure I'll be in need of your services soon. Always another chase.
Good luck, he said as the man left. Henry looked at the ceiling once more, thinking about all the people in all the rooms, on all the floors, flourishing, failing, fixing, flailing, fighting, fucking, fainting, fantasizing, fearing, festering, financing, flavoring, floundering, and so on. Perhaps one of them was following his gaze, or looking down through their floorboards back at him. Afternoon. Henry took every other screw out of all the fixtures in his room and placed them on a little bedside table. He removed more than half of the light bulbs in the unit and put them in a loose pile on the carpet. He grabbed a towel from the bathroom, plugged the tub, and started running the bath water. He shattered each bulb with his shoes, wrapped the result in his towel. He poured the glass shards around the windowsills, balcony, door, and entrance to the unit. Some of the loose screws were added to the piles. The rest went into his pant pocket. Someone knocked on the door, which scared the surveyor. He drew the unimpressive curtains to cover the sills and balcony entrance. He went to the door. It was the same woman who sold him the room, with a new key in hand.
Hello again. This is for the balcony. Normally people don't ask for them, but you wanted a better view, so I figured you'd need it.
Henry took the new key. Thanks. I was just about to step out. She looked down.
Would you like a maid?
She asked, pointing at the mess. I'll be fine. Already got it all together.
Cool.
She shrugged and left. Henry put the Do Not Disturb sign over the doorknob. He unlocked the balcony, stepped over his debris, and poured the last bits of light bulb on the floor. He smiled, then sighed, leaving the door behind him slightly open. Looking back out, the exterior obscured into impressionism by the same thick glass that lined the entire complex, was as spectacular as he remembered. It was raining beyond the barrier, and the patter of drops against so much glass made a peculiar sound. Henry took it all in for a moment, then started his climb. The first few floors were simple enough in the dark ambience meant to enhance the views. Noise from above prompted a few lateral jumps, then up again. Where the curtains were open, he went sideways and continued ascent. He took a break about halfway up, sitting on the railing. A small child came out onto the balcony next to him, which startled him enough to nearly cause a fall.
Hi,
she said loudly. Hi, Henry whispered back.
What are you doing on my neighbor's balcony, sir?
Henry looked down and carefully lifted one of his dangling legs over the railing. The other followed. He sat on concrete, facing the child. I'm meeting a friend, he began, but I want to surprise her, so I'm going to sneak onto her balcony and knock on the glass.
What if your friend isn't home?
I'll wait.
Okay, 1 second.
No, wait, Henry said as the kid ran inside yelling for a parent. Henry looked out past the glass. He thought about luck momentarily and decided not to get up. Before he reconsidered, the kid was back with bread, cookies, and water.
I'll leave these here,
she said, putting down the goods.
That way, if your friend isn't home, you can come back and have some food.
The surveyor smiled. That's awesome, but you shouldn't trust the next stranger on a balcony this much. She picked up the platter.
Okay, I'll take it back,
she said, smiling. The next stranger, Henry repeated, a bit too loud. She took a cookie and reached over the railing toward Henry, who got up and accepted it. She pointed to his lapel as she sat down again.
The pin. My dad has one. He said I could trust anyone wearing them, at least a little bit.
A little bit. Smart dad. She looked at the platter.
Would you like another cookie now? Because if your friend is home, maybe you won't have to come back this way.
Good call. Could I get some water, too?
Yeah.
Henry looked around the empty balcony he occupied. I don't have anything to give you, though.
You can come back and drop something off. Just tie it to the railing.
I have an idea. What's your room number? He asked.
I don't remember. But the concierge knows my dad. He always says, Tell them it's for the captain's room. So you could try that.
I'll do that. She held the water and cookie out. Henry reached for them and acquired the treat, but somehow the glass ended up falling. Henry quickly leaned back and motioned for her to do the same, then put a finger up to his mouth. The glass hit something below, and a few audible complaints followed. The two of them giggled quietly. After a few seconds, she offered him the other glass, this time holding it carefully with both hands as one would with a priceless goblet. Henry recovered it with the same form. Thank you. I'm Henry, by the way.
Tora,
she said, and offered him a few more cookies. Henry slid the contraband up his sleeve and gave her a thumbs up. That's a nice name, he said between gulps of water, and passed the vessel back over the railing to his smiling acquaintance.
Don't fall,
she said after Henry was securely at the next balcony. He looked back at her. Never, ever try this, okay?
Good call,
she said, waved, and went back inside. Henry started scaling up again and eventually made it to the top floor. A few more lateral leaps and he found what he was looking for. Curtains open 1/3 of the way, 2 small statuettes in the left window. He climbed over the railing and sat on the floor, breathing heavily. After a minute, he composed himself and got up. Inside, a woman was cooking. He waited until she moved away from the kitchen and tried to get her attention without making any noise. The first time it didn't work, but on her way back she saw him, put her hand over her mouth, looked back, then moved toward the balcony. She opened it, closed it, opened it again, entered, shuttered the curtains, closed it again, and gave Henry a long hug. "What are you doing here?" she said quietly, letting him go. "I wanted to see you." He pulled the cookies from his sleeve and offered her one. They both giggled a bit and ate them. "He could come back at any time," she said, looking through a gap in the curtains. "You still have that chime on your door?" "Yes." "Then we'll hear him if he does." She finished her cookie before responding. "How are you?" "I missed you," Henry answered. "Me too. But you didn't come all the way to the falls just to see me. You hate it here." "It's also a business trip," he said. "You're not in trouble, are you? Not sick or anything?" "Hey, I was on the 2nd floor. A sick man couldn't make that climb. I'm okay. I'm safe." She looked over the bar. "2nd? You sure about that?" He showed her a sliver of space between his thumb and forefinger. "Bit higher." She folded her arms. "5th?" "5th," he said, smiling. "Lazy. If I didn't start where I did, when I did, you'd have missed that awesome cookie." "You know theft is generally frowned upon, right? These could be old or mixed with something unhappy." "I didn't steal them. A little girl gave them to me." She looked at him. "That's worse, weirdo. Get off my balcony." "Sure, no problem." He didn't move. She smiled. "Any other gifts?" she asked. "Not for me. The girl left bread and water. On my way up here, she caught me. I may get 'em on my way back down." "I don't think you're going to make it climbing down. You already tired yourself out on the way up." "You're probably right." "As always." "Not always." "Except that one time, which is still up for debate." "Oh, is it?" "I had an unreliable witness." "Me? Unreliable? Never." "Never?" "Well, maybe that one time." They laughed. "Could you do me a favor?" Henry asked. "No." "Don't go out tonight." "Why?" "It may get a bit chaotic. I don't want you to get hurt." "Because of the festival?" "I'm not stupid. I know how to stay safe." "Not the festival. And I know you're smart. It's Why I'm warning you and nobody else. I can't trust anybody else.
Is this your weird way of saying goodbye? Blaze of glory and you don't want me involved?
No, you worry too much.
And you're too careless.
Okay, we're even.
You just told me not to go outside. Of course I worry.
Henry didn't respond right away. He looked out through the glass. I'll probably be okay, but we always think that. We're never more than a breath away, so I'm here to say goodbye for now. If you're not out, I'll be more focused. Better chances. She turned toward the balcony door.
Let me get some wine.
Not too much. I may have more climbing to do.
And you've already had some.
She tapped his nose. Climbing, or wine, or both? He asked. She laughed as she opened the door. Henry sat on the floor while he waited. She returned with a bottle and a blanket over her shoulder.
No glasses,
she said. Really? Second time today.
Dishes. Even when it takes a click, too much work.
Henry got the blanket by way of throwing, followed by the bottle by way of much gentler throwing.
What should we drink to?
She asked as she sat next to him and pulled a bit more than half of the blanket over her. Why do people always have to drink to something, or someone? When we drink alone, we don't need an excuse, Henry answered. Grabbed a small decorative bowl from the corner of his balcony and poured some wine into it.
How about annoying nitpickers? She asked.
Cheers, he answered, passing the bottle to her.
That's an ashtray.
It's clean, and now it's a vessel. They clinked bottle to bowl and sipped. She looked past Henry at the view, at the rain. You still like it here?
It's warm. It's peaceful. I don't hate it.
Doesn't it get boring?
I played poker for the first time the other day at the Bubble Casino. Lost a lot of his money, but he didn't mind. Neither did I. It was fun.
She took a substantial swig. Seeing this, Henry finished his bowl and handed it to her.
You said not too much.
It's not. This is a small vessel.
Okay, but I'm only giving you half.
Henry dropped his head and held it low. Fine, he grumbled.
This is expensive wine. You should be happy I'm sharing.
They tapped their second helping together and sipped. How is he? Henry asked.
All good. Struggling without my help, but that's his fault for putting me in charge of almost everything for so long.
How many people has he hired to replace you so far? She laughed.
4. A maid, a cook, and 2 tutors.
No accountant?
Already had one. But he's working harder now, too.
Henry laughed. She kicked his foot lightly under the cover. Rude, Henry said, moving his feet away.
I barely touched you.
You made my foot sad.
What about the other foot?
He wants to kick you back, but I'm keeping him in check. She moved her feet closer to his.
Mr. Leftfoot, Mila's right foot, would like to formally apologize for the grievous indecency she displayed earlier. Can our feet be friends again?
Henry consulted with his foot in private. He says yes.
Yay!
Henry moved his foot back, maybe a bit closer to hers than it had been previously, and received another lighter kick. He gasped. Wow! Mila giggled.
Let me put the wine back inside,
she said. Before going, she gave him a kiss on the cheek. Gross, he whispered.
Love you too,
she whispered back. After she was inside, he got up and looked out. The Bubble Casino stood out among the neighboring indoor tennis facilities. The exterior was enveloped in spray-painted art, some of it reaching the top of the structure. Smoke was coming out of retrofitted pipes on the roof as well as the maintenance entrance. Henry could smell the conflicting medley of herbs from a few hundred meters away. This bubble also featured armed guards, 2 at the front, and an indeterminate number of others walking its perimeter. Even a few half laying on either side of the slanted roof with binoculars, both pairs aimed at Henry, who gave the scouts a thumbs up, which one of them reciprocated. The main door had a fairly long line. The people waiting had already started drinking and gambling among themselves. The side door had no line. A sign in front of it read staff and VIP only. "Name?" one of the heavily armed guards asked as Henry approached the lineless door. "I'm a surveyor. You've got Zawisza mentioned you. No need to make up a story." The bouncer moved away from the door. "Thanks. Still gotta search you, though." Henry raised his arms. "Happy to hear it." The bouncer began. "The Falls don't love having an unregulated casino to compete with," he said, patting Henry down, checking every pocket under the shirt around the waistband. "Even though we mostly get the patrons who can't afford to shop anywhere else. They send people with wires and cameras to catch others doing unruly things. Some think they send saboteurs, too, breaking machines, spilling drinks on the courts, distracting the guards, using fake chips, stealing profits, friendly stuff mostly." The bouncer made a circular motion with his finger. Henry turned. "Does the bubble return the favor?" he asked. "Many times over. We wash our profits through approved avenues all over the Falls. And we've got some fairly important people on the payroll to that end, and others. Can't give you all the details. I'm not even supposed to know most of them." Henry pointed to a series of eviction notices left on the door. "What about that?" he asked, as the man pulled his shoes off, checked them, and then the socks. "Theatrics, mostly. Raids are the worst. They take whatever they can carry. And we're told to stand down, but they always leave enough to make the venture worth continuing, so they can come back, and so these people have somewhere to go." He finished his search. "Who tells you to stand down?" "I don't know. Not sure any of the guards know who pays us, but we do get paid. Every once in a while, we train a new guard together. Our contracts last a few years. Nobody gets too comfortable, too familiar." "Thanks for the info." "Rub your hands on the clay in the hall before you get into the bubble. That's how we identify the bunch we're not allowed to mess with. Well, not as much, anyway." He smiled at Henry, who nodded with approval. A few hand signals later, the door opened on its own. The surveyor walked through the long hall and entered the bubble. It was crowded inside, except on the few tennis courts that weren't covered in machines or tables, and a small open line in front of each dartboard. There was even soundproof glass separating the ostensibly sober players and the balls they hit from the obviously inebriated patrons betting on one or both of the players. Henry walked up to the glass barrier and, after observing a few solid rallies, turned his back to it. He looked around for orange, but it was too dark to discern any palms, let alone the color. He looked down and noticed that the clay inside the main bubble was much darker shade than the one in the VIP hall. "Solid spot, isn't it?" a voice from the right said. Henry looked over. "It's definitely a casino. Loud music, fancy lights, mainly female and wholly fit workforce. Drinks, drugs, not a clock in the whole building, I imagine." Zawisza laughed. "They learn from the best. Even the small dens here are better than anything in the center." "Better at fleecing people?" "That's the best part with the bubble. They know the clientele isn't exactly characterized by stable incomes or any incomes or anything else. Every day, almost all of the house winnings and fees are redistributed to the patrons after
expenses, of course.
Communal casino. That is better than I expected.
The VIP clientele probably does half the spending, so it's almost profitable to gamble here if you don't spend too much, even when you lose. Though you won't get away with showing up and playing one slot a day just to skim your piece of the winnings. You didn't mark yourself.
I don't like being marked. I prefer blending in.
Where we're going, you need to be. Here.
The knight grabbed Henry's left hand and rubbed some of his clay off onto it. The blend with the tennis is nice, though, Henry said. Zawisza turned and observed one of the ongoing rallies.
My favorite thing about it is the surfaces. Can't think of another sport that is played on grass, clay, concrete, and it changes the game so much that nobody could ever be best on all of them. They play to different strengths.
It is peculiar.
More like. The terrain dictates style, strategy, preparation. Even when it's outdoors, fog, light rain, wind, each variable another layer of complexity. The small ball propelled as if from a cannon, every shot its own enigma. At its most sublime, you can't tell who will win until it's over.
It's an art, Henry said, as the long rally came to an end.
I love it.
They watched another exchange in silence, then Zawisza walked off. So, where are we going? Henry asked.
Private rooms, where our new friends are.
No time for fun?
I try to make all my days fun, and we're headed toward it.
They walked through to the far end of the bubble, where another bunch of guards were watching another set of doors. Zawisza showed them his hand. Henry followed. They were given a nod and moved down a long stairway.
Watch your step. It's uneven. Boards are missing. Overall, not the greatest descent, but it slows down the raids.
I like that. Low tech, low budget, no shortcut. Any exits?
One. Almost nobody knows it exists, so don't mention it at the table until we know who to trust.
That's how we're getting outside? You found a connection to the maintenance tunnels for the green zone?
That's how you're getting out. I've got a play to go to.
Henry's foot went through a step. He yelped. Zawisza turned.
Told you to watch out.
Nothing to watch when it's this dark. And the step felt solid. I'm fine, no worries.
You've improved the bubble's agility course ever so little. Here, take this.
The knight handed him a wad of paper bills.
Injury claims paid on sight.
I like it. They made it to the bottom. More dust than oxygen. Commotion upstairs created a constant rumble in the walls. Zawisza led them past one closed door after another, each with a keypad, one hallway after another, each indistinguishable from the last. A whole labyrinth.
Borrowed from the authorities, I think.
Do you know who to look for?
The one with the crazy hair is our firework tech. After the signal, we'll know who else is joining us.
All right. Zawisza took out a piece of paper, exactly the shape, size, and color of the one Henry had been given a few days before. Part of a larger package of letters, verbal messages, signals, tests, and so on. Eventually they found the last door, and the knight entered his combination. There was music playing in the room, which featured an alcohol fountain and a beautiful poker table on a dirty stone floor. 5 people were sat at the table. The artist was the only one Henry recognized, aside from the tech. Of the 3 remaining, 2 were men. One looked like a bodybuilder. The other was wearing an expensive suit. And the third was a woman who had the largest stack of chips.
Again with the door? All that dust, you better have a lot of currency to lose, she said.
Henry sat next to her. and noted her rather worn-out sneakers, similar to his own. "Hello, I'm Henry," he said to her.
"I'm the lady,"
she replied. Zawisza took his place between the bodybuilder and the artist, and they put their cash on the table. A hand was just finishing. The river card was a queen, and the lady won. The man in the suit pointed at Henry.
"New player's deal. You first. Ante is 100.
The surveyor accepted the deck. He held the cards with both hands, brought them close to his face, and blew lightly, then smiled, shuffled quickly, and dealt. Without looking at his hand, he folded. At the turn card, only the artist and the suit were still in. Boris went all in, and the suit folded.
"Your turn,"
the suit said, pointing to Zawisza. The knight shuffled and dealt. Henry won the next 3 rounds, but lost most of the winnings to the lady in the 4th.
"Thanks,"
she said. "You're welcome, but it wasn't intentional," he replied. It was the technician's turn to deal next.
"Next time?"
she asked, only loudly enough for Henry to hear. He stifled the laugh successfully and looked at his cards.
"If it's not as big a stake, sure,"
he whispered back.
"Fine, but you don't get to look at the cards."
The flop came out. Henry, the lady, and the knight folded.
"People might start to talk. You can pretend to peek. I like that. But you do the same."
"Okay.
Cheers."
Henry got up, went for a disposable cup, selected wine from the menu, waited while the machine buzzed, and poured himself some.
"Did somebody pass wind?"
Zawisza asked. They all looked at the burly man, except the suit, who just laughed.
"Who says that anymore?"
the suit asked.
"We got one guy leaking his cards, another using phrases nobody has heard in a century. I knew the bubble would be weird, but come on." "I'm dreadfully sorry,"
Zawisza answered, then looked back to the muscle.
"Let me rephrase in more colloquial terms. Did you shit yourself?"
"That's better," the bodybuilder replied.
"Maybe it's coming from the drink machine," the lady said.
She gave Henry a look. He scowled, stuck his tongue out in return, and smelled the cup. "Just wine." "That'll do it," the bodybuilder said. The suit got up and pulled a suppressed gun on the group, then tossed a bag on the table.
"If you could all be so kind as to fill that up, my associate will help you part with your jewels and other valuables if you're having trouble."
Henry looked quizzically at Zawisza. "That's a weird signal," he said.
"That's not the signal,"
the knight replied. "What signal?" the bodybuilder asked. I don't know. I'm in shock," the surveyor answered.
"Quiet! I know there's usually a hero per table, but I would hope at least one of you enjoys life enough to at least slide the cash on the table over to me."
The lights turned off.
"That's the signal,"
Zawisza said. The ensuing struggle would have been a tad comical if not for the gun in play. A loud dink set things off. Henry tried to grab the lady, but she was already gone from her seat. The gun went off. The lights came on. The burly man was on the ground, and the suit was being held, one arm by Zawisza and one by the lady.
"It dented my flask,"
the artist said loudly, pointing to the one on the ground.
"First time I've seen that. Hopefully it slows my drinking habit."
Henry grabbed the gun and put it in his waistband. "Wrong game," he said to the suit, then walked to the door, entered the code the same way Zawisza had, and slid it open. He checked the hall. Nobody was coming.
"All good?"
the lady asked. Henry nodded at her, then turned to the 2 robbers.
"At the same time, I'm going to give you a chance if you leave without making a fuss.
You can have my stack along with whatever you had." The lady gave Henry a look. The burly man came to and slowly got up. Henry gave the bodybuilder half of his cash, then walked to the suit and slid the other half down the inside pocket. 2 against 5. Never good odds. Henry looked at the burly man, then to Zawisza. Leave them in the hall. The bigger man left of his own volition, the suit under some duress. The knight pressed a button, and the door closed.
That was...
The tech was the only one still sitting at the table, clutching a small backpack in his lap. 2 against 4, then. Well done, Henry said.
We could have had all the money, Boris said.
Or no witnesses, but that would be wrong. And my stack wasn't that big anyway, Surveyor replied. Artist sort of nodded.
Breath,
Lady said.
Wind,
Artist. Shadow, Surveyor.
Phantom,
Technician.
Welcome, everybody. It is odd that we're supposed to be 7 of us, and 10 at the table,
Zawisza said.
Longer code would be nice,
Lady added.
Most of us
wouldn't be able to recall that many words, Henry said, smiling.
Who's missing?
The tech asked.
Not how it works. You know that,
Knight answered.
What's next?
Lady asked, picking up her small purse.
You sound really calm,
Tech replied. The lady stood.
First sabotage,
she said, walking up to the man who looked progressively less calm with each step.
By scale, I'm sure we're all in new territory.
The knight tried to move in front of her. She continued looking over his shoulder toward the technician.
No, she's right. I get shaky sometimes.
The 4 of them gave him a look.
Not when I'm doing that,
he added.
Great. I'll call you Shaky.
She turned back and went for the drink dispenser, stopped halfway, and turned back.
No, I could be a bit more creative.
She began a sigh, but stopped on the way up and closed her eyes.
And nice. I don't know. Firecracker? I'll take it.
Firecracker interjected before anyone could contribute further.
Zawisza, our exit?
Henry asked.
Our entrance,
Knight corrected.
There are no entrances or exits, only openings,
Boris said.
Does your shirt say which private school you went to?
Lady asked, pouring a drink.
No, does my socks.
Uneasy chuckling.
And closings?
Lady asked.
Yeah, that part doesn't fit so nicely,
Artist answered. Zawisza walked up to the table and put his hands under it.
Help me out.
The 5 of them tried to lift the table together, but it wouldn't move.
So that's what the other 2 are for,
the lady said, finishing her drink. They gave up, more or less, in sync.
Let's try everyone on one side,
the technician suggested.
Why don't we just blow it up,
the artist said. We're guests, and my ear's still fucked from that shot, Henry answered.
Maybe we should collect the money first,
Lady said. After the bonus was split, they tried together from one side, and on a second push they managed to lift the table onto its side, revealing a hole beneath it.
Don't jump,
Zawisza said.
Hang off the edge and let go.
Can't see how deep it goes, Henry said.
Nobody brought a flashlight?
The tech asked. They looked at each other, shaking their heads.
It wasn't on the list,
the lady answered. Boris looked inside.
That must have taken a long time to dig. Whoever planned all this did well, he said. We didn't make the hole. People have been smuggling through the tunnels for years. We're just renting this opening for a day," Zawisza replied. "Shouldn't be that bad if they needed to carry things down," Lady said. "They usually have a rope, and they go in when the water is lowest. They also only go back up to other makeshift tunnels. We have to get through a maintenance hatch on the side." The lady was already lowering herself into the opening, purse in hand. She dropped out of sight. A splash followed. "Nobody mentioned getting wet," the technician pointed out. "Who didn't? You know the rules," Zawisza said. Firecracker tapped his backpack. "These fireworks don't love water." "It better not be sewage," the artist added. "Don't you think I would mention that?" Lady's voice echoed from below. "The backpack?" Henry asked. "Yeah?" "Give it here." The technician hesitated. "These are fragile. I put a lot of time into them. They don't like to be handled by others." "I'm the tallest. I'm going to put a loop on my foot and hang down so that hopefully our friend in the water can grab it." "You're not that tall. I'm going to have to catch it," she said. Henry got onto his stomach and reached his arm down into the hole as far as he could. "Can you see my hand?" "Yes, barely," she echoed. "It'll work," Henry said, getting back to his feet. "Too dangerous." Guards could come in at any time. Those two might say we robbed them. No time for a better idea. Firecracker thought about it. "All right." He offered up the backpack. Henry took it. "Give me your sweater," he said to Boris while taking off his jacket. "Don't get it wet." "How do we cover the hole?" the technician asked. "Block the door." "It's not important. The guards aren't going to report the hole, but they might report us if they find us using it. Whatever happens, they slow us down," Zawisza said. The surveyor tied one arm of the sweater to his ankle, the other to one arm of his jacket, and the final arm to the backpack. He took the pistol from his waistband and put it in the bag, in a different pocket from the ordnance. "Don't let the bag touch water," Tech said. Sat on the edge, Henry lowered the dangling bag slowly until the clothes were stretched, then turned and brought himself down. "I can reach it," she echoed from below. Her pull almost brought him down. "Careful," Henry said. "Sorry, you overdid the knot." "Not wanting to die will do that." "That probably wouldn't happen," the technician said. "I think probably is enough justification, and them not working is about as bad," Henry replied. With another pull, the weight at his foot was gone, as was the sweater and jacket. "Got it," she said. "All right, give me some room." A few seconds of splashing went by. "Go and put your knees up just in case." The surveyor waved to his team with one hand, then let go of the other. He fell for a second, maybe two, then hit the water, raising his legs up and forward as he did. He found the floor by touch in the darkness. The water was chest high for him. She was treading, or trying, with the backpack and her handbag above her head. He carefully wiped his eyes a bit, hoping for an adjustment, but it was still dark. "I'll hold that." He offered his hand for the backpack and his jacket. "Only because the water's this high, and I'm keeping my handbag." "Sounds good. Is it working for you yet?" "Is what working?" "Never mind." The rest of the team dropped in one at a time. "Don't drink it." "Why?" "There's fertilizer mixed in." "Fertilizer for what?" Boris asked. "The green zone," Lady said quickly. "How would you
Henry asked.
Need to know, she answered.
The green zone? Zawisza asked. Henry and the lady looked at each other. She motioned for him to answer this time. What you see in the glass, that empty, dead landscape, is a facade. Beyond it is the green zone, providing oxygen, food, and water for the falls, and some for the center, too, he said.
The view is fake?
The tech asked. I wouldn't say that. The real outside is almost as barren, and these trees are real, but they wouldn't make it outside. Too small, too weak. The sky is a projection. Any sounds you hear in the immersive zones are recordings from the Central Zoo and Dominion outposts.
How do you know whatever is outside the green zone isn't also a projection?
The lady asked. The green zone serves as an obvious function and is relatively cheap to maintain. The area outside goes on forever. Seems like it anyway, in all directions.
All right, good lesson. But this water is not fun. Let's go.
Against the current, Henry said. They started moving, a few walking and a few swimming.
Nice to meet you all, by the way,
the knight said. Are you going to miss your play? Henry asked.
Probably not, assuming you can find me an exit.
When we get to a dry tunnel, I will.
How far is that?
Technician asked. There's a service hatch every 200 meters. Take this. My arms are getting tired. Henry passed the bag to Boris.
Why me?
He asked. You're the second tallest. You can walk. Easier to carry when you have arms available. After a few minutes walking and floating, they found a hatch.
Problem?
The technician asked. Normally the pipes are empty when these are used, Henry said.
What do they do if the water comes up while they're in here?
I don't know. I never had to use them before.
Great plan,
Lady said.
It got us this far,
Boris pointed out.
Can we blast our way out?
Zawisza asked.
Impractical,
the tech answered. Try to divert the flow with your bodies. I'll get it open. The four of them did, with a curve. It wasn't a perfect block, but most of the water went around them. Henry unsealed the hatch. We'll have to be quick and ideally quiet.
How will you close it?
Poorly. Henry opened the panel. Pass the bag, he said, and stepped through. The rest went after, accompanied by water. Help me seal it, Henry said as he started closing. It took a while for the five to complete the process.
That wasn't too hard, Lady said. If the flow was a bit faster, it would have been impossible. Give me my bag.
Firecracker reached for his pack.
How high up are we?
Boris asked, returning it.
Around 30 meters.
Great view, the artist said.
And the smell,
Zawisza added. Henry put his jacket on and started walking. Come on, I know it's all beautiful, but it's getting dark, he said.
You mean the lights are dimming?
That shouldn't matter, Boris replied. She didn't get the pill, Henry said.
Why is everything so wet?
She asked. It was raining earlier, Zawisza said.
Lights dimming. Fascinating. The place is known for its nightlife, so it makes sense to have as much of it as possible without anyone catching on. I always felt like the nights were longer here,
the technician said.
Another benefit of almost no clocks, Henry said, looking at Zawisza.
They walked along the platform until they reached a ladder coming off of one of the sides. This is you, Henry pointed to Zawisza. Don't miss your play. The knight shook his hand and passed a note as he did. The theater is flexible in time and space. There are other contingencies, he said, sliding down the ladder. This is my stop, too, Lady said. What is your title, by the way? Surveyor asked. I'm the gardener. Are you going to mess with the trees? Maybe. Why? Need to know. I do. Why do you care? It's part of the spectacle. I already dripped some unhappy stuff into their water. This isn't just a faux nature reserve. It provides all the food for Inward Falls, and the surplus is exported to the center. You must have known this is about more than ecological restoration. We all have our parts. Henry composed himself. It's wrong. Luckily, you got a task that squares with your compass, just like me. I wonder how that happened, she said. Henry grabbed the backpack from Firecracker and opened it. It's a bit late for second guessing, Boris said. The surveyor looked up as she was pulling the pistol from her purse. I was going to give you one of these. Henry pulled one of the charges from the pack and offered it to her. She put the gun back in her purse and laughed. You are quick, she said, accepting the device. It's not exactly easy to use, technician pointed out. I'll shoot it, she answered. That'll work. She started down the ladder, looked up once before she descended out of sight. Henry looked at the remaining pair, who looked back at him. He zipped the bag. I'm good, he said. I'm over it. I know this is about hurting the center, but almost everyone in it has never seen a tree, that's all. Boris put a hand on his shoulder. I can see some of what you do in these trees, but this is how the center operates. He removed the hand before continuing. It's how we're supposed to think. Just empathetic enough to avoid making things worse for everyone. This is our only chance. And the more pieces that accomplish their objective, the better the collective chance of having accomplished something by the end. I get it. They make starving the regime synonymous with starving the people, and the people make dissent synonymous with death. All right, glad you're back to philosophy, because you're the only one who can lead us out there, Firecracker said, taking the pack from Henry. The surveyor tried not to look on the panoply of trees and vines as he walked, but even staring straight ahead, the branches were there, in the corner of his eyes, mimicking blood vessels. So, what is the outside like? Boris asked. Not sure if I should tell you. If somebody asked you to explain a painting before they looked at it, would you? The artist who was trailing the other two took his flask out and swigged. No, not least because they cannot be explained. You'd be robbing them of the opportunity to see it for the first time, Surveyor said. Boris passed Henry the flask, who took a swig, then motioned towards the tech. Boris nodded. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Booms and booze don't always go together. Nerves don't help either, Henry said, and held the flask out. The technician took it and sipped. Are there dangers outside? He asked, passing the container back to Boris. Many, and they're harder to spot when it's dark. I mean, actually dark, Henry answered. And when's that? About now. Great. It's our only opening. We'd be caught in the daylight. They reached the end of the hallway. Another keypad and another door. Before he put the code in, Henry turned to face the group. What if this was set up by the center? Why would they do that? Boris asked. Henry took a step away from the door before replying. Test their response apparatus. Root out everyone willing to consent or dissent.
You're paranoid,
Technician said. Say uniforms are real. They might watch and clean up any mistakes the regular security forces and machines make. There could be a dozen groups like ours making failed attempts twice a day. We would never know. The routes would be set up so as to not intersect. All those people thinking they're part of what brings the center down, and they're just strengthening it.
None of us have stopped you, so...
The lady. Anyone know her name? Maybe she's working for them.
Unlikely,
Boris said. Who recruited you?
You know... Yeah, we're not allowed to say, but it was in person, right? For me it was, the artist answered.
How'd they look?
Mine started with a letter,
the tech added. You could be saying that to confuse us, Henry said.
And you could be the mole giving us this conspiracy chat to convince us you aren't,
Boris replied.
Let's just do the work, okay?
The technician began.
We've got this far, too far to just stop. The center won't care. If they do go easy on anyone, it'll be you for showing us the way. Compared to the firework man, you should be fine. What about me?
Boris asked.
I'm the well-known one. They'll make an example out of me. I'm the one who got all of you through the turnstiles. It is convenient,
the technician said.
How we all got through security. It hasn't been the most cohesive plan or operation. Why is nobody out there? No eyes, no security, nothing.
There could be other teams working on that, Henry answered. And I agree with you to an extent. I am being paranoid. I'm usually not, but if ever there was a time, it's now.
You already had the key insight. It's too late to change direction.
Maybe. But we can improvise. Pick a different strike. They can't watch everything at once, and if it is a setup, they're expecting us at the pillars. Someone as paranoid as me might suspect someone as paranoid as them. They might know already.
We didn't deviate from the plan before. We shouldn't start now. We don't know what other teams are doing. We could ruin the whole thing if we don't follow through. Just standing out here could be sealing our fates.
Nobody said anything for a while. Fine. So, we're all ready? Henry finally asked. The pair nodded, and the survey turned to input the code.
Shit,
Boris whispered. Henry slowly turned, ready to face his fate, to see the artist smiling at him. Nice reaction, he said. Don't get separated. Stay on the paths. They still haven't found most of the mines from the war, Henry replied as he finished the code. The locking mechanism echoed, and the door opened. Evening. The door closed behind them.
Fuck me,
Boris said, staring up at the sky. Told you it's not worth spoiling. Almost nobody has ever seen the sky. I mean, really seen it, without the lights and glass and smog of the center, Henry replied, smiling and following the artist's gaze.
I can't see anything,
the tech said.
You just don't know how to look, how to absorb a sight,
Boris answered, chuckled, and started walking. Henry followed.
No, I literally can't see,
the technician clarified, keeping one hand on the building wall. Henry and Boris turned, already 10 steps away. You didn't get the pill? Henry asked.
I don't like pills. Didn't think I'd need it. They wouldn't tell me what it was for.
You're the tech. How do you not like pills? Henry asked.
Do you have an extra?
Henry and Boris looked at each other and shook their heads. No, Henry said.
How are you going to arm the charges in this darkness? Boris asked, and started pacing.
The heat will also get to you faster, Henry added. The technician started swiping his hands along the wall, looking for the door mechanism.
Let me back in. I'll teach you how to do it, and wait. I'll keep watch.
Keep your voice down, Henry whispered. You're not going back in. This door only opens from the inside.
Why the fuck would they do that?
Because you need to decontaminate after exposure. Because you could let the wildlife in. Because staging some kind of sabotage is harder when your only way back includes armed guards. Once your eyes adjust, you'll be able to see your hands at least.
How are we going to get through guards?
Boris asked, stopping his pace.
One of the charges makes us a new way in.
The tech's hand left the wall, and he started feeling out for the other two.
We could do that now, and then I'll wait,
he said, getting more frantic with his steps. Henry looked at Boris and put a finger over his mouth. Boris nodded, then took a step, which made a noise. The technician lunged in their direction and got his arms around Boris, then tripped him to the ground.
You don't have the pack!
The artist pushed him off, but on to Henry. Just listen for a second, the surveyor said as he tussled with Firecracker.
Calm down,
Boris whispered as he joined in. The pair managed to tire out their wild friend.
Okay, I give up,
he said. We're going to guide you, okay? Henry began. I've got some string. We wrap it round one wrist each. 5 meters give.
Just leave me here and come back.
They got him up and sat with him. Then who will set the charges? Henry started. Don't worry. You actually gave me a new exit plan. I tell the guards I rescued both of you, and only one of you needs to feign lack of vision. Boris, let's finish that flask. The artist took out the vessel and put it in the tech's hand.
You first. Spill it and we leave you here.
The three of them laughed. The technician sipped, then passed it on to Henry. Boris took an herbal cigarette and matches out of his pocket.
I was going to save this for after, but fuck it, now is better,
he said, lighting a match. Henry took a swig of liquor and offered it to Boris. Good trade, he said, accepting the smoke in return.
Smells like good stuff, the tech said.
Tastes like it too, Henry added, and put the roll in the technician's hand.
And no praise for the alcohol?
Boris asked, taking a large swig.
We're all used to alcohol. Herb is rare, expensive,
Firecracker answered, exchanging vices with the artist. Well, growing space is limited, and uncontaminated seeds of any kind are a luxury, Henry said.
That's not why.
Then pointed to the liquor briefly.
That applies to every other crop. The seed bank, still one of the only good things the Central Authority did, had plenty of herb, and other important seeds. They're expensive now, and some are practically extinct because they weren't deemed useful enough. If there were no alcohol, the system would cease to function. And the same goes for an abundance of herb.
I don't think this center set up the seed banks. It inherited them from whoever built them before the war. They continued the passing process. Henry got string out of the bag and wrapped one end around his wrist a few times, unrolled about 2 meters, and tossed the bundle to the tech. Don't knot it. Just do a few laps over your wrist.
And don't slow us down too much,
Boris added.
You could do a painting of this,
Firecracker chuckled.
I'll make sure to make you look even more helpless than you are,
Artist replied, and they all laughed, continuing to pass the now dwindling supplies around.
Which hand?
The technician asked. Does it matter? Henry replied.
I'd rather have my offhand tied to yours, but the string also shouldn't cross. Are we all right-handed?
No, Boris said. You too? The surveyor asked.
No, but I noticed yours.
With a few meters between us, crossing won't matter. My right, your left.
Let's go,
the tech said. How are you liking the outside? Henry asked him.
The air is worse. Wasn't expecting that.
Worse here because of the exhaust from the complex. Once we go out into the wilderness, you'll see the difference. Or smell it.
Sense. And you'll see the boom at minimum, Mr. Firecracker,
Boris added.
My name is Kelvin,
the tech said.
Might as well have picked Dynamo,
Boris replied. Henry half coughed, half laughed. They finished the liquor and smoke. The surveyor motioned to Boris. Together they helped Kelvin get up and started walking. He's Boris. I'm Henry. Artist, surveyor, technician, almost art. The trenches are a few minutes' walk from here.
Ast,
Firecracker said.
Well, in some sense, surveying is reporting,
Boris said.
In that sense, everything is reporting. I report to people who want fireworks. Military? No, space,
the tech said. Really? Henry asked.
So, yes,
Boris added.
In that sense, everything is military,
Kevin said.
Welcome to the center.
Enjoy your stay, Henry added. They laughed.
I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but then you all know I'm the artist. You saw my work. Henry practically wrote a treatise on my style at our first meeting, so it feels unfair.
How do you work on space when the center is entirely enclosed? Henry asked.
We don't see what happens to the rockets, but once they let us watch the instrument panels in real time.
That's
pretty cool,
Boris said. Stop. Henry put his arm out, then put it down, realizing it was useless to one of them. Up ahead is the trench. We'll walk alongside it. If you don't stray too far and don't go inside, you probably won't get hit with any mines or traps. His peers silently agreed, and they continued on their new trajectory.
What's that?
Boris asked, pointing to something in the distance. The tree, Henry answered.
The tree?
Kelvin asked. Yeah, almost none left. This is the largest by far.
It's taller than the complex. Fuck. I can't even see the top from here,
Boris said, bewildered. Much taller. Otherwise, they would have built around it. Called it Inward Tree or something, Surveyor answered.
I wonder if the charges could bring it down,
Firecracker wondered aloud. Well, stop wondering.
You know we can't do that. You probably thought about it too,
Boris said with a slight laugh. One definitely wouldn't. The pillars are tiny in comparison, and the ferry is lightweight. Cheaper that way.
So you have thought about it,
Kelvin said. No, but once you bring something up, the mind wanders. If you tried, I would stop you, even if it meant we all die. This tree is worth more than all of us. Most of whatever is alive for miles in all directions relies on it. For food, for shade, for a reference, for finding friends. Everything, Henry said.
A bit like the center, but for wildlife,
Boris mused. minus the massive military bureaucracy and repression, yeah. The tree is what we all, hopefully, all want the center to become. A beacon for and a source of life itself.
Ever climbed it?
Never had time. I'd probably get scared off well before the top. They kept walking. The trench widened out into what was probably a command post or medical area. The group finally arrived at the tree. Its trunk descended into the trench, splitting the ditch in two. "What a wonder," Boris said, running his hand down the bark to the ground.
"What?"
Firecracker asked. "I'll show you," Henry replied, and guided Kelvin toward it, then his hand toward its body.
"Your eyes haven't adjusted at all?"
Artist asked.
"A bit. I can see my hand and the bark."
Firecracker looked up.
"But I can't see the top. Not even close. Maybe a few branches."
Boris hopped into the trench. "Hey, remember the mines?" Henry said.
"The roots would have set them off by now, surely."
"Not surely, and it's getting windy. We need to get moving soon, and we can't do that if you twist your ankle." Boris climbed back out.
"Why's the wind bad?"
Kelvin asked. "Dust storm. Even with the pill, we're not going to see until it's close."
"Dust storm? Sounds like a fable,"
Firecracker replied. "I've seen one. It reaches the sky, dozens of miles wide. A wall of death. Wind can lift you off your feet, and you'll see less than you do now. All of us will."
"Henry,"
Boris said. The surveyor turned to see him pointing out beyond the tree. It wasn't easy to tell in the dark, but the horizon appeared to be closing in.
"What?"
Kelvin asked.
"Is that?"
Boris added. "Yes."
"We're dead,"
Firecracker said. "Calm down. I did say a wall of death, but we're all grown men, not shrubs. Tree has survived hundreds of them."
"Tree's fucking massive, with roots."
"I've been in one, okay? I didn't just see it, I survived it. If it hits before we're inside, we crawl. It's still pretty far, I think."
"You think?"
Boris asked. "They probably vary. The one I experienced was during the day. I saw it from further away. Maybe it was moving slower, maybe faster. Maybe this one is more dangerous. I can't tell." He looked back out at the new horizon, or lack of one. "Never mind. It's really close. We have a few minutes."
"We're fucked,"
Kelvin said. "Maybe a little, but only a little," Henry said, smiling.
"Can we wait it out, behind the tree?"
Boris asked. "It'll leave us behind schedule, but behind is better than under, too. Too bad we finished the booze." The artist sat, leaned against the tree, tracing a piece of bark with his finger.
"It's thicker than a bunch inside combined," he said.
"Has to be," Henry began. "The roots probably go out the length of the waterfalls all around us." He took out a metal bottle and sipped it. "Water?" he asked. They nodded and took a sip each. Then Henry slowly poured the rest around the trunk in a semicircle. "Doesn't rain much, so I try to help out." They nodded. A shot interrupted him. The cord between Henry and Kelvin snapped. The bullet buried itself into the tree. The surveyor dropped the bottle. They all ducked into the trench. "Direction?" Henry asked.
"No idea,"
Boris answered.
"How the fuck did they cut the cord? Has to be a uniform,"
the technician said. Henry started crawling toward him and motioned for Boris to follow. "If it cut the cord, it came from that way." The surveyor pointed in the direction of the complex, out into the empty land.
"Plan?"
Boris asked. Another shot rang out, its trajectory not obvious to the three.
Wait for the storm?
Firecracker suggested.
Too risky.
The shots could be close unless they have goggles. If it is a uniform, we don't have long either way, Henry said and opened the backpack. Kelvin, if I throw one of your charges, will it go off?
Arm them first, but if you don't throw them far enough, we die. And the throwing motion might set it off too. And what about the tree?
Henry considered it.
It's our best chance.
Boris, take one. Henry handed one to the artist and took another for himself. How do we arm them?
Left, left, right, middle, right, left.
Buttons were pushed in the order dictated.
Now twist the dial up till it stops, then down 2 clicks.
They did. The surveyor lay stomach up, feet toward the middle of the trench, and motioned with the charge from between his legs up over his head. Boris nodded and took up position next to him.
Ready?
Boris asked. After we toss them, I'll grab the cord. You're going to have to run blind, Kelvin.
No, don't run. If we keep our heads down, they won't know which way we went. At least not for a minute, Boris said.
A third shot rang out right over their heads.
Are we sure they're aiming at us?
Kelvin asked. Want to find out? No reply. Henry continued. All fours it is then. We've all done it, but we have to climb out. Can't risk the mines.
If they'd been watching, they know which way we were going. The charges will kick up enough debris for us to go in any direction, Kelvin said.
Then we can run. Wait for the boom, move up and away from the tree, stay close to the trench. When the storm is about to hit, we crawl, bodies touching the ground.
You really should have brought a bigger flask,
Boris said with a smile. The wind picked up.
Cover your ears,
Kelvin added.
Now!
Henry shouted. The two flung their handheld ground movers, embraced. The blasts shook everything. Clumps of dirt blotted out the sky. Large branches fell around them, followed by clumps, and then the dust. The wind kept speeding up, but the dust didn't subside.
Never been happy to see a storm,
Henry shouted through the ringing, covering his mouth with his shirt.
I can't see,
Boris yelled back. The ringing dissipated into silence.
Where's Kelvin?
Henry yelled.
I don't know.
The surveyor began looking as to the artist.
Fuck. What?
Boris asked, following the sound of Henry's voice. He found the surveyor kneeling next to Firecracker, who was laying on the ground, face down on top of his pack, bleeding from the head. Henry checked for a pulse in the wrist, then the neck.
He's alive, but we have to move, Boris said. They won't kill him. They could have done that already. They want to interrogate us.
That might be worse. Henry checked the wound carefully.
Doesn't seem that bad. We'll hide him.
The two removed Kelvin's backpack with the delicacy of surgeons, then frantically covered their partner in dust, except for his head, and laid some branches around him. The storm continued to intensify. Henry pulled 2 bandanas from his waistband, offered one to Boris, and wrapped the other around Kelvin's face, trying not to move his head. He grabbed a third and put it on, then the backpack, and pointed in the direction they were meant to go. They trudged out, and then crawled. After a few minutes, they barely heard one more shot. Crawling became painful, breathing more difficult, eyes continuously pelted with the constituent particles. Boris stopped first. Henry looked back and could no longer see him. He retraced the crawl until he found the artist sitting, back against the storm. The surveyor joined alongside. Boris was coughing, contorting a little as he did. "What's wrong?" Henry asked, putting a hand on Boris's shoulder. The artist looked at him, or near him. His face a mix of tears and blood. His entire frame was shaking. Henry carefully, arduously relocated some things from his jacket pockets, took the thing off, and nearly lost it to the storm. Upon recovery, he draped the thing around Boris, helping him with the arms and the zipper and the hood. "This is my favorite jacket," Henry said. The artist nodded. "It's also my only jacket, and my only pin from the war." The artist let out another series of deep, labored coughs. "Asthma?" The artist put a hand up, fingers outstretched, and wiggled his wrist side to side. "Stay here. The storm will pass, your strength will come back. Then go and check on Kelvin. Head back the way we came. Take this." Henry put his compass into one of Boris's pockets. "If you can't find it, just go east. Walk round the facility. Someone will spot you. You tell them you were on an illegal tour and a storm separated you from the group." Boris nodded. Henry rummaged around in his pockets and produced a cloudy white pill. "Take this. Swallow some spit if you have to. It's pretty big. Not sure how useful it is for this situation, but it's a health dish." Henry opened the artist's palm and placed the pill inside, then closed it. Boris put it in his mouth, striving to avoid eating dust in the process. "Good luck," Henry said, and crawled away. Left, right, middle, right, left, up till it stops, down 2 clicks. Henry recited this mantra as he moved, wondered if he mixed something up, suppressed that thought, and continued his internal chant. He took frequent breaks to sit with his back to the storm and breathe relatively easily, get the dust out of his eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth. No hope for beating it anywhere else. It was hard to tell if the storm was getting worse or waning. Bouts of intensity came and went. One moment it seemed to disappear. Then it was back, worse than ever. Left, right, middle, left. No. Left, right, middle, right, left. Up until it stops. Down 2 clicks. Up till it stops. Down 2. In normal conditions, one could spot the pillars buttressing the ferry line, a line that intersected the trench at a certain point. Now, only the light from a moving ferry would break through the storm for an instant as it shot by. One sharp blink in response to the pain of dust was enough to miss it. He stared through the pane as he moved. Ferries didn't arrive often. In a storm, they might stop. Eventually he got his sign and followed the flicker of light that went by. Under the line, if one looked very carefully, straight up, they could perhaps see the tubes of the ferries moved through, if they had decent eyesight. Henry had good eyesight, something the center and whoever picked him for this job had both noted. Moving away from the trench, his only lifeline on the outside, the tube quickly disappeared into the storm. In the weeks prior, the survey memorized a blueprint of its path and counted steps to figure out when to turn. Occasionally, a pair of thick cables descending from the tube every 200 steps, give or take, served as a confirmation he was on the right heading. Every 50 or 30 or 10 steps, he recited the mantra once more. One wrong turn was a near certain slow death from lack of water or food or dust, whichever overcame heart and sinew first. After 1900 steps, he was met with his target, one of the major support pillars. Henry had one charge, and it would have to do. He reasoned that even one line going down would lead to the others being shut down, at least temporarily for a safety inspection, which meant an hour or two with little to no reinforcement. Better than nothing. He placed the device and repeated the mantra a final time. When it was set, he approximated a retracing of his steps by running in the general direction he had approached from. After a few dozen strides, a gust of wind stronger than any before took him off course, and after some struggle and stumble, introduced him to the ground with a few rolls as a bonus. He cleared his eyes, ears, nose, but this was always a futile gesture. He checked his pockets, and everything seemed to be where it should, except for him. He didn't know where he was. Even with a compass, a frame of reference would help. Without one, it was life. He waited for the blast that would be his guide, but it never came. He was either too far away, or dust had left the device inert. Henry sat back to the storm, then laid down, eyes closed, and thought. First, about the storm itself. Appreciation of its strength, awe at its sublimity. He raised an arm and opened his hand, then slowly clasped it shut. In his grasp was some blend of organic and inorganic matter, trajectory forever altered, history interrupted. His closed hand went to the ground and released what it contained. Next, he thought about his options. Move or stay. That was a simple choice. He chose the former, which presented new questions. Then it occurred to him. He sat up, back to the storm again, just as he had with Boris. Moving into it would shorten it and lead him to the trench. The wind may have shifted, but it was still the closest thing to a guide he had. He crawled against the storm, then stood. Still for a moment, embracing and fighting the power of natural forces until it knocked him back. He recovered, stumbled along, managing a bit of a chuckle before the inevitable cough. Under construction. Authorized personnel only. Safety gear mandatory. He was sure the writing in front of him was a delusion. The first sign of sanity lost. He had been moving with the storm for so long, every square inch of his body was infused with dust and dirt. He couldn't see much beyond the sign, but he crawled along until his knee hit something metal. Pain brought him out of delirium and into an oasis of focus. He wiped away the layers of sediment and uncovered a trap door. The door stuck out from the ground a few inches and had no markings or handle. Henry knocked, no response. He looked around, nothing. No sign of anyone trailing, no equipment. The sign itself had disappeared behind a wall of tiny floating rubble. He ran his hands along the protruding edges and found a button. The button clicked. Then the door budged, just enough for Henry to dig his fingers in the gap and get it open. As he did, lights flickered on, revealing a ladder. These were emergency lights, tiny, illuminating the rungs, but not where they led. Henry looked around once more and started the descent. He debated leaving it open, but the dust was making itself at home, so he closed the trap door. The walls were lined with the same emergency lights, but they were faint enough that most of the interior was still invisible. After a long process of dog-like shaking and self-grooming, half the dust was on the floor. Henry traced the perimeter and found nothing but concrete. He stuck his arms out and edged toward the darker parts, hit a fence, and went around it until it opened. Inside, he couldn't see his hand hanging out in front of him. He brought it closer and closer to his face and touched. No difference. He turned around and found the fence again. From the fence, he could see the outer wall, but inside on the other three sides was nothing, which suggested another layer of something solid. Each step echoed until he found the second layer. He felt around, above the entrance, and his hand caught something. A piece of fabric. He pulled on it, and it came down with another bit of fence. A metal curtain, all the way down to the floor, where it clicked into an unseen latch. He continued his exploration until something brushed against his head. A string. Henry pulled on it, and a dim old light bulb came on, blinding him for a short while. He was inside an elevator. The ceiling was slightly taller than Henry, connected to the ground through corner poles leaving rock exposed. The floor was metal, with one hard hat in the middle, which he picked up. Beneath, a sign reading maximum 25 persons per trip was the only button inside. Henry pressed it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a painfully loud creaking noise. Then a jolt knocked the surveyor down. The helmet fell and rattled. Another two in quick succession kept him from any attempt at rising. Then it moved smoothly. It was shorter than most elevators he had been on, with little airflow apart from the gaps in the metal curtain. Temperature rose rapidly. The metal door became painfully hot. The bulb faded out, but before the darkness, Henry noticed smoke suspended in the metal sauna. It became increasingly difficult to breathe, until Henry was choking, hugging the scalding floor for any traces of oxygen he could imbibe. A loud click coincided with movement stopping, and the smoke cleared. Henry acclimated himself to breathable air, sat up and closed his eyes, listening to the creaks and echoes. Motionless, surrounded by rock, panic began to surface. He had thought about unsavory ends, the heat of a bullet or electricity, the cold induced by shock, but not one of the loneliness and dread that this metal sarcophagus induced so soon. Yet just as soon as it appeared, it dissipated. All it took was one word appearing in his mind. Uniforms. With another click, the journey continued. The surveyor kept his eyes shut and took a few deep breaths before holding on to one, not knowing if smoke had come along again. Before he had to exhale, light started to penetrate his eyelids, but it disappeared before he could open them. The lift stopped suddenly. Henry's eyes fluttered open, though it made no difference in the dark. He felt around the floor without getting up. The heat was gone, or going. Eventually, he found the headgear, put it on, flipped a switch for the mounted lamp, which blinded him temporarily. As his eyes adjusted, a fruit fly came into view. It was moving in front of him, somewhat erratically, yet also controlled, as if putting on an air show, or performing evasive maneuvers to avoid the dust and bits of rock unsettled by the elevator. This tiny life implied he could endure. Air entered his lungs. Not clean, but better than any he had gotten recently. He got up and opened the metal curtains, which caused another round of dust to fill the air and dance in front of the light. It settled as Henry carefully stepped through, following the fly into a square space about the same size as the elevator. He covered his nose and tried to breathe out through it, clearing some of the pressure in his ears, then opened his mouth as wide as he could, stretching the muscles that were clenched during the storm. There were supplies in the room, minimal, but the water that washed some of his face felt cleaner than the purest in the center, and fresher going down. The sounds of water falling from his face and hair echoed for a while, and then it was completely silent, until Henry started coughing uncontrollably. It took all his mental fortitude to endure this fit, which brought him to the floor. He had never seen or heard anyone cough this way, but eventually he came out of it. He found a wooden stick next to the lift, which he used to prop himself up, and then to help him stay up. There were 2 marked tunnels on either side, and one unmarked across from the lift, which appeared unfinished compared to the others. On his left, the sign read Chapel. On his right, Library and Cafeteria. After a few turns, Henry was in a large rectangular room. The walls curved upward like arches, and like most of the ceiling were rock, indistinguishable from the tunnels. A grand chandelier hung from the apex of the ceiling. Above the ornament, the faded visage of a faintly smiling man looked at Henry. Directly under, a stone lectern had been carved as part of the room. In front of it, there was a canopy of unfamiliar material that resembled a lampshade. Behind the lectern, a large, freestanding wood structure took up most of the back wall. It was ornately carved and adorned with faded art pieces. There were around 20 panels, each containing a portrait of one important-looking person on a gold-leaf background. In its center was a closed double door, slightly shorter than Henry. He walked toward it, passing rows of low stone slabs protruding from the floor, pausing momentarily at the lectern before he got to the doors. A voice from behind him filled the room. "Why does the question matter?" Henry shivered, switched off his light, then turned. A woman leaned against one side of the tunnel opening, a torch in each hand. "I don't have a good answer for that," he said, dropping the stick and moving through darkness. "Give me the long one." He stopped. "No, I said—" "I know, but at least the long bad one will give me some background." She smirked. "Sorry. Just wanted to scare you, and thought a cryptic question would work." Her eyes had followed him somehow. He turned his light back on. "You are a remarkably quiet walker." "And it did," he said, walking back to his starting position. "No, you're just loud and oblivious, and the elevator gate gave you away." Henry motioned to the panels at his back. "What's behind the door?" Her gaze followed his motion and held still at the door for a while, then wandered back to the surveyor. "They're locked. Are you lost?" Henry looked away for a moment, then back at her. "Not exactly." She smiled. "How lost are you? Do you know what year it is?" Henry laughed. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I have an arrangement with the company. I look after the mine, tidy up, show people their work sites, that kind of thing." "Like a caretaker?" She nearly leapt from her leaning position into a standing one. "Rude? No. Like a guide." She moved toward Henry. "Have you got a key for the—" He motioned behind again. She passed him and put one torch beneath the canopy, which amplified the flame and lit the room. Henry shielded his eyes for a moment, then turned off his headlamp. "No key," she said, then pointed the remaining torch at Henry, in a fencing stance. "Why, are you a thief?" she asked, prodding in his direction a few times, without actually endangering him. "I have enough stolen things," he said, dodging the prods that weren't close enough to hit him. "Fugitive?" she asked, lifting the torch beside her head and pointing it toward him. "No, rude. Enough could mean 0. But I'm more of a political dissident." She chuckled and put the second flame out with her hand, then sat on one of the slabs. Henry took the slab opposite.
I'm Nina, by the way.
Henry.
So why are you here?
Dust storm.
Ah, that's why you look like shit. I've never seen one. How is it?
Great to look at from afar. The guide laughed a bit.
There are lots of political dissidents. Every other person in the center is not a fan, but none of them have ended up here before.
What were you doing before I showed up? Henry asked.
Eating and reading.
What were you reading?
A book,
She snapped, then smiled. Henry laughed a bit. And eating food, presumably?
You'll go far.
Think I've gone far enough already. She flipped the torch in her hand.
What were you doing outside of the falls?
She asked. Sabotaging the loop. Probably failing. Maybe on purpose. Running from something. All in a sandstorm.
Sounds fun.
Compared to reading, yeah.
And eating,
she said, tossing the torch to Henry. That does add some points, he said, standing up to catch the makeshift spear.
Why fail on purpose?
He took a while to answer. I don't know. I kept repeating the triggering procedure, and then when it came time to plug it in, I half-consciously made a mistake. But the kind of mistake that might not be big enough. I don't know. Just couldn't do it. It was almost involuntary.
I can't trust people who don't doubt.
Henry gave her a look.
You'll trust far too many people with that standard.
She smiled.
Maybe.
What do you think is behind the door?
Whatever it is, it's probably beautiful. I've looked for the key. No luck.
Maybe you were lucky not to find one. Henry stood and started pacing around again, his eyes scanning the room.
You're not going to find it here,
she said. He started walking the perimeter as she continued.
Maybe a bone or two from some important person, maybe some manuscripts, maybe gold. It could be anything. It might not be a room at all. It might be a passage or an escape route.
The surveyor traced some small figures carved into the walls with his fingers. Maybe a seeker?
I don't know what that is.
Neither did I. Maybe he was just messing with me.
Who?
The explorer. Never mind. Oh. Have you seen this little guy? He pointed to a certain bird. Nina was behind with surprising speed.
The sparrow?
The surveyor turned towards her. She sat down on the edge of one of the protruding stones. How can you tell? He asked.
In the library, there's an old book. Describes hundreds of different birds. Even has pictures.
Really?
How did you know what they are?
I didn't. But I've seen them before. Many times, as a child.
You look too young to remember anything before the war.
They couldn't relocate everyone at once, thankfully. She jumped out of her seat.
So you got to see nature?
What was left of it. Mind you, outside this shaft, it's still nature. Just an underclass.
Not just outside, then. The rock is part of the whole.
Good point. They continued tracing the perimeter.
I only ever saw one bird in the center. It must have accidentally gotten through some construction area or maintenance shaft. Maybe escaped from a breeder-collector. Anyway, watching a tiny creature foil the greatest security apparatus in history, it made me laugh then, and probably started my disillusionment.
It was a bird for me, too. surveying new land for the center to take over, or take it under. I spilled some water, lunged down to stop it hitting the ground, but failed, only spilled more in the process. Thought my career was done. Then a bird appeared. The same kind I'd seen as a child. The same one carved on this wall. A sparrow. I guess I took it all for granted as a kid. We had all kinds of visitors near the house. Some had shells, some had fur, small and large. Some had neither, and were slimy. There were even some wolves. Wolves! Yep. Maybe the last of their kind. And I got used to seeing all that. The center was new and shiny in comparison. Sterile, but still fascinating at first. So when I saw that bird having a drink, it was almost an involuntary response. I knew I had to restore nature as much as I could, especially when the center stole the wolf for its symbol. I remember my parents talking to someone about the uniforms, that they were as fast and unpredictable as the sparrow. Never made the connection until now. Maybe sparrow was some kind of code to them? Could have been, he said. I don't think the uniforms are real. Nobody sees them and lives, but the perception is a great tool. Keeps people in check, afraid of the unknown. They're real. And there's one assigned to the falls. Is there? Hasn't caught me yet. Maybe it doesn't want to. And you can't exactly boast. You came down here looking like death and then coughed like it too. Henry sighed. You know too much. I didn't want to scare you, but 2 of my colleagues might be dead. Or wishing they were. If you're right, we didn't have enough people or supplies from the start. Not even enough fireworks. They walked slowly toward the lectern. I was here when the owner of the mine had a meeting with some officials from the center, and they mentioned that the uniform would ensure safety and security of the premises and their investment into it, she said as they sat back down. They could have been making it up like everyone else. I hope you're right. Would you like to see the library? Can't think of anything I'd rather do. Henry started to get up, but her hand stopped him. The way you said that. I dreamed you saying exactly that weeks ago. Completely forgot until now. I remember it because it was the first time there was music in my dream. Here, music. Random and not echoey at all. And the other man, he was in my dream too. She took her hand off, and Henry got up. She followed. What other man? Jealous? She asked, giving him a little hip check. Curious, he said, folding his arms and frowning. He was old, came from inside the tunnels. Had a few people with him. Said he was looking for some artifact. Did he have a cane? Yes! Damn. He's fast for being, what? At least a century old. Maybe you're just slow, she said. 2 things can be true. More than 2, anyway. Let's go. Why do we dream? He asked, as they started walking. The brain needs distractions, I guess. By the way, of course you could, she said, and handed one of her torches over. Of course I could what? Think of better things to do than see a library, even if you've never seen these books. Henry chuckled, and looked back toward the odd little door before he followed her out of the room. I had a nightmare as a child where I woke up in my room alone and my door was missing. I could hear my grandma and sis in the living room, sounding normal as ever, while I yelled and cried and slammed the wall again and again. But you weren't really alone.
Maybe the voices kept you company. Gave you hope, at least.
If anything, they amplified the fear. Like they were used to this arrangement, the way things always were. Luckily, the consequences of our dreams and nightmares tend to remain limited to that realm.
But people have their daily experiences affected by dreams all the time. Great inventions, suspicions, epiphanies, fears that chase them from one realm to the next. The lot.
As they crossed into the tight space between the tunnels, the elevator made a loud creak, which stopped them both. Then it started ascent and filled the room with dust.
"You have company?"
she asked, coughing. "Can you stop it?" Henry whispered.
"Don't worry."
She lit her torch with a match.
"They won't hear us for a while. The elevator takes 434 seconds to get up. It's not going to stop, though. That needs to be done by 2 people, one above and one below."
"Another way out?"
"Many. Follow me."
She led Henry into the unfinished tunnel, which soon split into 3 and stopped.
"I'm guessing you want to end up back in the falls?"
she asked. He nodded. She moved through the central option. Henry thought about running down a different path. "Shame we only had a few minutes together," he said.
"Better to be happy we met at all."
After walking and winding through a dozen intersections, a thud echoed from the direction of the elevator. Nina looked at Henry.
"Another 400-ish seconds to come down,"
she said, and put a finger over her mouth. The surveyor returned and raised a thumb. They continued moving. She pointed their direction at each junction. She stopped at one of the intersections. "Are you lost?" Henry asked quietly. Her answer came in the form of a central finger up to his mouth, and then she chose her path. Another interlude of traversing the maze, a second slam, followed by muffled orders which echoed through the tunnels like a distant chant. The guide doused her torch and slowed her pace.
"Hug the left wall,"
she whispered, turning a corner. "Why no light?" he asked, quiet as possible.
"We were never alone, but I don't know if your friends can access the eyes."
After a few turns, they came upon a heavy metal door. Nina turned and tapped Henry's helmet. He turned on the helmet light. She pointed to a nook. The light followed. She tapped a code into a display, and the glass cover retracted. Henry pulled out a gas mask. "Come with me," he whispered.
"I can't."
"Please?"
"The other masks are up at different lift. This one is for emergencies, and for me, now for you."
Henry tried to think of a workaround as she helped him put it on.
"Go. Come back another time. I'll be here. We can read together. I'll show you around."
"What about you? The darkness? And my persistent trackers?"
"We don't even know if they're tracking you. I know the tunnels. They don't. The odds they even get close to me or you are astronomically low. But I will be a bit miffed if you die in there with my only breather. Bring it back if you can."
Henry smiled, though she couldn't see it. "Will do. Good luck."
"When you go through, take the first left. If you find a train, you'll know you're on the right track. Avoid pits and water."
"A train and water in a coal mine?"
"You don't know much about mining, or trains, or water. And it's not a coal mine. It's an everything mine. And more than that. When you get to the locomotive, crawl inside. There will be a bunch of buttons. Press the last one. It'll take you a safe distance. Then you'll have to walk. Follow the arrows on the ground.
They should take you to a maintenance exit.
Should?
Construction never ends. Everything moves, even the exits, and of course the trains. Henry looked at her in the light, almost in awe. Nina pointed to another panel. The light followed. She tapped a code in, and the door slid open.
A bit loud,
Henry whispered. It won't help. Once I close this one, you'll be able to open the next.
Thank you.
Henry stepped inside and turned to look to his guide. You look goofy with it on, by the way, she said, as the door closed between them. Henry thought about going back for her. He went to open the second door, but its mechanism refused to comply. After a few attempts, he went back to the first, pondering the time he had just wasted, but it had a keypad. He tried to mirror the movements Nina had made, but that also failed, with an audible buzz. He looked around the room, guided by the helmet light in his hand. It took surprising effort, as the mask provided no peripheral vision. He noticed another button near the ceiling above the door. He tried to jump to it, but failed. Climbing at the corner got him closer, but he still couldn't reach. He tossed the helmet at it and caught it on the way down. A light in the ceiling flickered on. Fans above sucked the air out of the room, and the mechanism made a strange noise. It took all his strength to pull the blast door ajar wide enough for him to fit through. The ceiling light and fans died as he did. He squeezed through, but the helmet wouldn't fit. He lowered it to the ground and pushed the door with all his strength. The small progress was enough to retrieve only his light. He decided not to close it behind him and started walking, helmet in hand, as it wasn't comfortable in conjunction with the mask. After a few steps, he nearly fell into blackness. The light wouldn't reach far enough to see the ground. He considered that the second door left open might lock the first, changed his mind, and struggled but succeeded in getting it shut. There was a series of ladders which led down to a new series of tunnels, much larger than the ones he had previously traversed. Henry took his time. Aside from the helmet light, it was completely dark. The 3 ladders were long and unstable, but Henry made it down safe. He aimed the helmet light down as he walked, and made the first left. There was a track, but no train. He followed the track for a while, and spotted the locomotive in the distance. He crawled inside. The compartment height forced him to sit or crouch. After a quick search, he found the lowest button and pressed it. Nothing happened. He pressed and held it for a moment. The train lurched forward, knocking Henry back. There were no windows or openings aside from the one he crawled through, so he sat at the back where he could look out through the hole. The scenery was uniform, so he cut the helmet light to save battery. It moved surprisingly fast, or felt as such, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes making sharp turns that knocked him over. He thought about how experienced miners probably used those moments to haze the newer ones. At one point he heard what he guessed was some machinery, but the sound evaporated as rapidly as it arose. A beeping noise coincided with a stop which left Henry on the floor. He crawled through the hole, turned on his light, and discovered a pile of rock was the cause. One or more support beams had evidently buckled, as bent and broken rebar as well as bits of wood were littered among and within the rock. There was no way over, and certainly no safe path through. After backtracking through the tunnel, he spotted an emergency exit sign, with an arrow pointing to a small opening similarly blocked by rocks too heavy for him to move. This time there was a gap in the top, big enough for him to slip through. As he went down the other side of the slope, one of the rocks gave way to his foot. His ankle twisted as it found new ground, and he staggered sideways, breaking the seal in his breather via grate with the wall. He managed to plug the hole with one finger and assessed his foot. Usable. The right side of the small new tunnel quickly gave way to a ravine-like pit, stretching down and across further than his light could illuminate. Henry continued along the thinning rail, for which a railing had not yet been built, staying close to the left wall. At some points the ground became practically non-existent. At others it swerved like an obstacle course. For one of these bends he had to face the wall and tiptoe sideways, bits of ground giving way with every other step. He slipped, but caught himself with the hand which wasn't already keeping him alive, and sacrificed his light in the process. The helmet fell, bouncing down the pit until the light couldn't be seen at all. He finished the turn with his hands, letting some oxygen and whatever else into the mask, or into his cheek at a minimum, and pulled himself up with the help of his working foot. He could feel the blood on his hands, but he couldn't see it. He attempted to clean it by rubbing it against his sleeve. The dust in his hands and on the sleeve, some left over from outside, some acquired more recently, smeared the skin into a somehow more opaque medium. He replugged the hole, found the wall, and then the floor's edge. He kept one hand on the wall and tested the floor with each step before committing. It was a tedious process. The ground widened a bit, but began to slope upward, so much that Henry had to crawl, hyper-focused on not moving to his right. The hill flattened out, and he tested the new edge, which was far enough for him to stop hugging the wall, but he returned to it for safety. He began hearing the faintest echoes of what sounded like a chant, coming from below, obscured, as if a window of water separated him from them. They didn't last long, and stopped abruptly. In that moment he noticed how loud his footsteps were, resonating into the wall, ceiling, floor, and air around him. He also noticed how hot it was, or had been the whole time. Sweating and shaking from fear, anxiety, pain, and the limited air intake his mask provided, he kept focus on testing the floor beneath him. The heat suddenly intensified. He could no longer hold the wall, which scalded his already injured hand. Instead he kept it close, tapping occasionally, through some physical form of echolocation. One tap, he made contact with slimy, organic tissue, which moved, and then rattled, and then hissed. Instinctively he pushed himself off the wall and promptly tried to reverse that action, but instead of falling down the pit, he hit another wall, one which had probably replaced the abyss some time ago. He laughed, which wasn't easy through the mask, and moved along the new wall with speed, away from the noise. He thought about turning and pursuing the sound, but opted against it. His foot knocked something over, but he ignored it, as he noticed dim light a short distance away. The exit was another ladder, or set of ladders. The light illuminated a sign which read, "Under construction." Henry ascended one-handed, and his vision quickly returned to useless. He reached the highest rung he could, climbed until it was just below his chest, looped a leg around before finding a new rung, and repeated the process. Before reaching the summit, he felt lightheaded, and stopped until the feeling had half passed. When he made it to the top, he nearly fell by reaching for a non-existent rung, but recovered and carefully stepped onto the new platform. Finding the second ladder was a challenge, but on the third he identified what appeared to be a consistent pattern. After the fifth, the dizziness approached that he couldn't shake. Sitting against a wall, he felt around his torso with the free hand, though even that was painful. He noticed his shirt had a tear with an accompanying but negligible cut. He ripped the hanging bits of fabric and tried to stuff his mask leak with it. This appeared to work, but he kept some pressure on it. Minutes passed, and Henry almost passed out. He daydreamed, or vividly pondered, the different paths his life could have followed, mainly ones where he would have been a lot more comfortable and happy. He closed his eyes and yawned, when a loud echo startled him. He stood and wearily moved around the 6th ladder. After making it a pull-up's worth of steel, another sudden echo nearly knocked him down, but he kept climbing. He took 4 breaks on that level, and had to stop at every other rung on the 7th, but he made it up, and lay flat on the ground in front of the next, which turned out to be a rope instead of a ladder. He found it nearly impossible to scale with one arm, especially in his borderline delirium, and occasionally he removed his second hand from its life-giving duty. The rope felt longer than all of the ladders put together, though it was actually much shorter than any of them. Looking up, he could see the cracks of light in the square. Another trap door. The echoes started up again, though much quieter. It was some sort of clashing noise, repetitive, usually in pairs, though intervals varied. He continued, as did the noise, until it was the only thing he could hear or think about, aside from his breathing. This was a chasmous change from only hearing his breath, and kept him awake. As he continued, a new sound emerged, a rolling reminding Henry of the older ferry models, or warehouse trolleys winding up and down endless aisles. The rope ended at a ceiling, and though there was indeed a trapdoor panel with the light that promised solace, it wouldn't budge. He tried knocking, but the clashing easily overpowered anything he could do while hanging and half heedless. He wrapped his legs around the rope and gave his arms a break, swaying and slowly turning in near total darkness. A much louder crash made him lunge from the rope with his arms. It shook dust from the ceiling all over him. He heard and felt, through vibration in the rope, footsteps moving above him. The surveyor put his mouth as close to the edge of the panel as the rope would allow. "Hey!" The first one was more wheeze than word, barely audible to himself. It reminded him of a fever dream in which every effort to scream was a failure. He cleared his throat, coughed a few times, and took off the mask. "Hey!" He vocalized the second one properly and started knocking on the panel as hard as he could. The footsteps stopped. A new sound emerged, a screech of sorts. And then the footsteps left. "No! Please!" Henry said, mostly to himself, but the footsteps returned, and there were more of them. Then the screech returned. Something was blocking the exit, and it was being moved. Only then did it occur to Henry that he was probably speaking to some variant of authority, and that this was not a rescue, but it was too late to change course. The trapdoor opened, and as multiple arms grabbed Henry, he gave up his grip on the rope and on consciousness. He didn't quite lose it, but he was delirious, unable to speak or listen or do much of anything. He was limp. His eyes were barely open. Someone opened his mouth, and some water choked him back into a state of awareness. He coughed, regained his grip on sanity, then vision, and the other senses. He found himself lying in a storage area, with 4 young people around him, looking at him as if he was of a different species. The clashes never left, but they had disappeared in Henry's mind temporarily. He saw they all had skateboards, and deduced the noise he had heard. He was in a skate park. One of them got the others to leave.
Go cover the pit, then go. Keep an eye for the dogs,
she said, holding one strand of her curly hair up. The rest moved the large storage back of the trap, left promptly, and shut the door.
You can stay like that,
she said. Dogs? Henry asked, happily obliging her suggestion.
You know, authorities.
Have you ever seen a dog?
No.
They're really great. Almost all the time. You should pick a better animal, or a worse one.
Didn't authorities use dogs way back?
Yeah, and we felt almost as bad for them as the people they had to bite.
So you're not one of them?
She asked. Do I look like one of them?
You look like death.
She laughed.
Not really a time to be talking about whether dog is the right word.
It's been an eventful day.
How eventful?
Henry smiled. Why did they listen to you so... as if you were giving orders?
I'm the best at putting a board together, and we aren't exactly high on the center's priority list, so we procure material in creative ways, she said.
I used to skate.
No shit. You? You look like you could barely walk.
Been a while, and my ankle's fucked, so I won't prove it to you today, but I was pretty good. It's definitely a relief ending up here. Even back then, skaters didn't get along with power. I knew I was lucky when I saw the boards.
Well, if you're not them, I can see how them pulling you out of a forbidden zone wouldn't be fun. But if you were really lucky, you'd probably look less fit for a costume party.
Henry sat up and slid himself towards some back support. One thing I've definitely learned today is that luck is really fucking complicated, he said. She sat on her board next to him, their backs against the crate facing the door.
When we land a tough trick first try, we call it luck. That seems pretty straightforward.
Henry tried and failed to muster a rebuttal. You're smart.
Gee, thank you, sir,
she said. They laughed. People have said it to me or about me many times. I never believed them or trusted them, but I've never said it to anyone. Well, maybe once. She said nothing, but a hint of a smile betrayed her. Henry kept talking. I was going to sabotage the loop from the outside, but it didn't work. Lost 2 partners in a sandstorm. Lost myself in a mine. Almost died a couple times. Almost killed a whole ecosystem. Probably let a partner kill a whole other ecosystem. Maybe led some famous explorer to his death. I gotta find a way to report all of this to the guy I think is our boss without getting caught, which is impossible given they just have to look for someone covered in dust. She got up and rummaged through the crate he sat against.
Well, that does sound like an eventful day,
she said, handing him an energy bar, taking one for herself.
Let's get you fixed up.
Cheers, he said, holding his bar up toward her. They clinked to their foods and took a bite. That was really good.
Nah, you just really needed it. Not sure what I can do about the dust on your skin, but we definitely have clothes in here somewhere. We'll get you a board, too. With that, nobody will notice you more than any of us, and you'll have an easy explanation for the ankle.
That could actually work.
So, is today the day?
What day?
The day things change.
That's every day, but yes, I hope so. I know whatever I did was a small piece of something bigger. At least, that is how it was sold to me. She walked from one bin to another and rummaged for clothing that might fit him, then stopped.
I've got it.
What?
Your way out,
She said, continuing to search.
We've always wanted to skate the rest of the falls, not to be cooped up in this park the way people used to. I mean, I know you had parks back then, but the real beauty happened in the streets, with the sun shining and the wind blowing.
She tossed him a baggy shirt, a couple sizes too large.
We can't get that, but we can get a glimpse. Skating where we are not welcome. We've already broken the rules, and if big things are going down tonight, I want to play a part. And I'm sure most of the people here do too. If we all skate out together, splintering around while authorities are occupied with real threats, we'll just add to the confusion. They may stop a few of us, but not all. And your chances will be plenty high. Even if you get caught, we may help one of your friends, or show other people they can flaunt the rules a little bit. We can make a difference. The difference.
Henry fit his arms into the new shirt and stood up. He noticed most of the clashing outside had stopped. I'm in. She pushed aboard with one foot. It rolled to the surveyor's foot. He gently stomped on the end that came first and caught the nose with his hand. Not bad, she said. I've felt more pressure doing that than anything else I've done today. They laughed.
Don't worry too much about losing it. I've got backups. And I definitely wouldn't mind it being used in self-defense. But if you can, bring it back.
What's the park called?
Ordinary Falls. And what are you called?
Henry.
Jadwiga.
I like both. Let's see what your friends think. She pointed to a pair of sweatpants hanging over one of the bin edges.
Put these on first. I won't peek.
Promise?
No.
She turned. Henry changed.
And now the most important question.
11. She found him a pair of skate shoes. He grabbed a hat from another bin and his transformation was complete. They walked toward the door. As they did, they heard shuffling and no boards. They opened it to find a crowd of skaters semicircled in front. What happened to the old dude? One of them asked, approving of the makeover.
So snoopy, you lot,
she said, smiling.
So, who's in?
All but two raised their hands.
Perfect. We need some to hold this place down if anybody asks. It's a quiet day. Lock yourselves in the back room if it gets weird. Authorities don't know the code.
The two, smaller than most of the group, nodded and went back to the skating park.
How's your ankle?
Henry got on the board and pushed himself forward a bit with his injured leg. Usable, he said, snapping the board back up.
All right. No big plan. You all know I hate that, and you're all volunteers. I wouldn't think less of you if you change your mind now, or at any point. It's up to you. We can all help each other, but we aren't responsible for each other. Stay safe, but not too safe, and good luck. Hit some nice spots. We've all daydreamed about one or two.
There wasn't much of a cheer or a battle cry, but the group tapped their tails on the ground, which had a similar effect. They started going out in groups of 2 or 3 or 4, about 30 in all.
We go last,
she said to Henry. All right. I gotta get to the main theater.
I know the way. You're not going to firework that too, right?
Oh, no, we don't hit theaters, libraries, schools, clinics, or so on. We're going to need those tomorrow.
And you won't need the loop?
Not all of it. Not tomorrow, anyway. Maybe next week. She chuckled as the last of her friends left.
All right, let's move. I'll try not to go too fast for you.
Gee, thanks. Your chucks are really loose, by the way.
Watch your mouth,
she said, smiling. As they rolled toward destination, both noticed that the area was less busy than usual, and far fewer guards were patrolling. Still, everything seemed more or less normal. No lockdowns, no sirens, nobody running, no shots, no screams. You a favorite spot in mind? Henry asked.
Heading there as soon as I drop you off.
The trip wasn't long, but it brought the surveyor right back to the state of exhaustion he was in after departing the mine. She slowed down without a word, which only amplified his embarrassment. They passed a few security kiosks, all empty, and stopped next to one of them.
Why here?
She asked. Authorities aren't going to expect the criminals to hang around here.
Are we criminals?
We'll be labeled as such if things don't work out. She looked somewhere past him.
Notice that?
Henry turned and followed her gaze. No. What?
The smells. The music unfit for an elevator, the friendly mascots, the cool breeze, even the scrolling ads. They're all gone.
I hope that isn't our greatest achievement, stopping the stupid ads and the lousy tunes.
No ads will turn more heads than the loop being shut down. Sabotage is common. Advertising is everlasting. At least it was until today.
You would have been a real help today. Our being one.
Nah, I'm a big softie. The other skaters can't show it, obviously, but they're my family. I love them all. Growing up in the falls is weird. The center feels like a vacation. A break from all the yelling, gambling, whoring, running. A place where it's always quiet. People call it tyranny, and I agree, but when you can't get it, even enforced silence is like solace.
It's not exactly silent, but I see what you mean. My sister and I were born there. I left as early as I could, and sometimes I miss the way one misses home, even if they hate it. Sitting atop some awful goo at the central station, I had an older woman talking to me the whole time, and I appreciated it. It broke the monotony. Good way to start a day like this one. Conversation breeds dissent, they say. Rightfully so.
I don't know. Here it seems they managed to co-opt it all. Even the conversation. Enough saturation and no message stands out. It's all noise.
Can't complain about noise too much given where you hang out.
Maybe, but that silence between the start of a trick and the end, it's enough for me.
Excuse me. The occupier of the kiosk had returned, scaring them both stiff. You have to move along. We're being told to encourage everyone to seek shelter.
Let's go, Grandpa.
Henry grunted approvingly, wiping something out of his eye. And no skating. We've had reports. I'm going to assume you're one of the exceptions. Got a triage of troublemakers, especially today.
We'll be good,
she replied. The pair walked the rest of the way, not saying a word. The central theater of Inward Falls was perhaps the most out of place in design. Where everything else tried to distinguish itself, this could be mistaken for a storage closet, if not for the immense and numerous doors that relayed an expectation of heavy traffic that rarely, if ever, materialized.
What if you did something on the stage?
A few tricks on it, and ollie off. That would be remembered for a while.
Just an ollie off?
Well, you only get one go. There will be more pressure than usual.
I'll pass,
she said.
Much as I hate most of the plays that get put on here, I don't want to be booed.
Probably for the best. My friends may have plans to add some fireworks to the show.
You sure you picked the right side?
No, but I suspect that central authorities aren't asking that question nearly as often as we are, and that counts for something. Doubt. Doubt breeds dissent.
They were right again.
Yep.
You keep my board. May save your life one day, but if you're lucky, it won't have to. Remember me by it, or give it to someone who needs it and remember us both, and come back to the park one day.
Beat you in a game of skate?
With me blindfolded, drunk, and switch, you might have a chance.
They smiled at each other, neither knowing how to part ways. Thanks for saving my life.
Don't mention it.
She dropped her board and hugged him. He hugged back.
Don't die,
she said, letting go. I'll try.
It'll curse my board. We can't have that.
Stay safe.
Not too safe.
Oh, and don't drink the tap water.
What? Why?
I don't know. I forgot until now, but it was mentioned. Probably not a lethal thing, at least I hope it's not, but might put you to sleep or something.
I normally avoid it anyway. I'll try to get the guys and pass the message.
Sorry I didn't think of it earlier.
No biggie. You know, I can't even remember why I went into that storage area, but I'm glad I did.
Me too. And I like this board.
I know how to pick 'em. Don't lose it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Go watch your soppy play.
Land that trick. She walked away. Henry went inside. Dim candlelight meandered around the interior in a perpetual dance caused by streams of air pumped into the space, seeking to escape through gaps in the entrance. The lights created a concrete runway leading to the token master contained in his booth. A welcome mat on the floor in front of his window was the only fabric not covering skin. A large mirror behind his booth startled Henry, having forgotten his makeover. "Token, sir? You'll have to leave that board with me." "I'm a friend of Zawisza. Any chance I could wait in his dressing room?"
"Who?"
"The knight."
"Oh, yes, he did mention something. Hold on."
The man began ruffling through pages of a large ledger in front of him.
"Name?"
"Henry Abramowski."
"No."
"Surveyor?"
"There we are. You're late. No dressing rooms. The knight insisted you take your seat. It is free and close to the action. Hopefully nobody stole it."
The token master went to a machine which looked like the alcohol dispenser from the casino, pushed a series of buttons, audible gears began turning inside, then a scanning noise, and a piece of metal dropped into an open slot. The man put the token into another slot on his side of the glass. It disappeared and rolled around the box for a second before emerging on the surveyor's side.
"Use it by the door over there."
"Not much security."
"Oh, there's plenty. You just don't see most of it. We also do background checks on every reservation, and we only do reservations."
"Can you tell me when the knight made my reservation?"
"No, but we sold out this show 7 days ago."
"Thanks." Henry took his token and started toward the entrance.
"Your board, sir."
He went back to the concession stand and conceded. Where do I put it?
Anywhere as long as it's not with you. Someone will be round to collect it as soon as you are out.
Do me a favor? Henry asked.
Maybe.
Get the board to the ordinary falls skate park. He offered all of the currency he retained from the poker game. Half now, half after it's done. I'll come back tomorrow.
Can do.
Actually, take it to the Solace Inn and send it to the captain's room.
All right.
He left the board, went through the indicated door, and put the piece of metal into its slot. Henry's seat was in the front row, last on the left. He looked at the atrium ceiling. Thick glass lined the entire complex, but he couldn't see anything beyond with minimal light. Those already seated made their disappointment in the late arrival obvious. He took his place as if in detention. There were a few empty seats next to his. In the dark he could only make out the reservation label on the next one over. Artist. The closest patron in his row was a woman. No, a lady. The same one who pointed a gun at him a lifetime ago. She slid over, careful not to further disturb those behind them. On stage, two figures danced in silence.
Just you?
She whispered.
Looks like it. Better one than none.
I like your optimism.
I left a section of trees up for you.
Really?
Not a big one or anything, but a few. Maybe they'll name one after you when this is all over.
Maybe I'll show you the one outside sometime.
I was a bit bitter about that. Nice outfit, by the way.
I was dressed by a professional. She knows what's trendy.
Uh-huh.
And what isn't, she said and smiled. How's the show?
Don't really know. I've only been here 10 minutes. Too many thoughts to focus. Too many fireflies bouncing around inside. How did your end go?
Total failure.
Really? I heard they closed the station.
Maybe in the end it did work out somehow.
Huh.
I feel strange.
Could be some other team caused it. Or a precaution. Or an accident. Or luck.
Yeah. Maybe. The dance ended. The lights went out. The theater was pitch black. A spotlight revealed the knight at center stage. He bowed. The audience applauded. He motioned for everyone to remain seated. He turned as a flame appeared behind him and quickly spread to the entire stage curtain. Some of the audience clapped. Most of it stirred. A few people got up, but nobody panicked. Henry noticed the gardener was no longer next to him. Fire spread to the walls, floor, stage, and rapidly encircled the audience as well as the actor. Fire alarms blared and the doors at the back flung open. The glass ceiling began to shatter. Starting from the edges, now panic began to spread. Somebody screamed from one of the corners. Then the sound of shots came from another, and suddenly everyone was jumping through the seats, running, screaming, looking for the nearest exit. A hand picked the surveyor up out of his seat. "Time to go," Zawisza said, leading Henry to a wall just left of the front row. He felt around and ripped away a sheet that mimicked a section of the wall, which revealed a hidden door. The pair went through. The knight locked the door behind them. "Convenient," Henry said. "It was going to be a part of the play. Somebody runs through this side, scares the audience, but we never got to that part." They made their way through a smoke-filled corridor which looped around backstage. "Why fire?" "A distraction, mostly. Our lady gets out in the crowd. Authorities have another thing to deal with.
The body will be burned away.
The body?
Casino owner, working for the center, and not particularly kind to women, put mildly.
She said our roles reflected our passions. I hope she was right.
How did your excursion go? Boris and Kelvin?
They went outside a service door, leaving the fire behind. Somebody shot at us. We got caught in a storm, separated. I had to leave them behind. Told Boris to say they were doing some illegal sightseeing, which should work. We were far from the target, though we did use a few firecrackers to get away from the shots. If they're smart, they'll say it was the mines. They threw away garbage, which happened to set them off. The night led them through another door, into a small storage room, similar to the one in the park, though this one had 2 chairs, which they occupied.
Then?
We found the target, but with the storm I'm not sure if it worked. I got distracted, discovered a mine, ended up in a skate park.
Explains the garb.
They saved my life, and got me here. Where are we?
Safe room, sort of.
Sort of?
Sort of safe. Anyone could come in, but nobody has recently.
Henry looked around the room.
Now what? He asked. We get you out, at least for a while. If we don't win, we regroup and try again.
We?
You, me, and whoever makes it.
Who's in charge of all these operations?
Sharing might be useful for a society, not so much for what we're doing. Vagueness got us this far. Nobody knows much. I bet those in charge don't know much more than we do. Delegation, segregation of information.
Zawisza stood and walked up to Henry, examining him.
You really need hibernation or something. How did you make it here?
The surveyor looked up at him. What if none of us are supposed to make it out? Zawisza hesitated.
It's a possibility. There's an old story about the one who led the people to the center, that he refused to go in himself because they no longer needed him.
The shots outside could have been another team, and if we have people on the eyes, they could be setting us all up against each other. The center could have set this all up as a test.
Why would they eliminate a casino owner who was working for them?
A loose end, a problem, like all of us. We all contribute, but the potential for dissent is about as bad as the dissent itself. Why not control it?
I doubt it. They could have just eliminated us all. An accident here, a health issue there. So many options.
Henry looked at the floor.
I feel like it was all for nothing.
The knight turned away.
You know how they picked us?
He asked, returning to his seat.
Handsomest bachelors and bachelorettes. Close. The main criteria was nobody that could turn you or make you talk, directly or otherwise. No immediate family, no spouses, kids, no obvious best friends, work partners, no criminal record, no service record. Then it was past dissent. Then skill sets, politics, looks, some others. So, you see, many people with better skills had to be looked over, though exceptions were made, with me at least. This has been planned for months. The center's response has been probed for years. Most of the teams were not crucial in themselves, but they were crucial in creating commotion, enough to make room for the most important groups,
That's part of your assignment. Boris had an extra eye, and some of the photos he took were transferred. Right now, people inside the center are finding out that the outside isn't deadly, or not as deadly as they were led to believe. They saw that magnificent tree. Your tree. I saw it. That will change things. And you made it possible. So Boris made it out? Not sure, but the pictures did. At least they got to me, so he must have gotten close to the facility. The last one he took was of you walking away, continuing the mission. He really is an artist. And you're a symbol of dissent now. I didn't sign up for having my face plastered like an advertisement. What was the point of all the hiding and stealth? You know how many eyes there are. That was always going to happen. There is no perfect. We work on the border of barely enough. Is that why you need to get me out? Because the authorities know? We don't need to do anything right now. I don't need to get you out, Henry. I want to give you a chance. We've done our part, but if you want to participate in the future, whatever it looks like, even if nothing changes, you would recommend against skateboarding in public? Zawisza managed to laugh. Yes. For how long? Depends. I've put some things in motion for you. Options to consider, but I can't decide for you. This has nothing to do with the mission, so if we were set up, it could still work. I'm listening. Go back to the bubble. Mention Zawisza's last favor. They'll take you someplace safe. Sort of safe? Somewhere past barely enough. What about you? So far they have nothing on me. I'm a facilitator. I talk to lots of people every day. Today I happen to talk to you, but I've never met you before. How could we be in on some plot together? May change tomorrow, but I've made my peace with it. Something had to be done. Someone had to try. If only to inspire the next band of blunderers and show people that tree. Show them what is possible. Henry got up and went to the door. Which way? 2 lefts, then right, straight, right, and left. You know, that's the same as... As what? Never mind. What are my odds? I barely recognize you. Don't make a scene, and you should be fine. Henry made his exit and took 3 lefts. He looked down the longest hallway he had ever seen, then started walking. He passed many doors on both sides, none of them labeled, all identical in shape, color, and origin. All open or all locked? He tried one at random, locked, probably all locked. He kept walking, then stopped, considered turning, but kept going. There was a click some distance behind him, then the sound of a door opening. Hey! A voice trailed. Henry didn't stop. Hey! Are you supposed to be here? No stop. Last chance! No response. The door closed. Henry sped up. He was close to the end now, and there was a door of a different shape, color, and origin in front of him, about 40 paces. 30 paces. 20 paces. All the side doors clicked. Run. Side doors opened automatically, including 2 that were still ahead of Henry, but the final door didn't move. He ran by as they finished their motion, not looking inside, not behind. He heard disturbing noises as he reached the final door. Screams, screeches, growls. A symphony of suffering, sniffing, stomping. He made it to the door, pushed, pulled. Nothing. He looked up. In the corner, an eye was looking back at him. He mouthed 4 words. The door clicked. He pulled, pushed, opened it, and slammed it behind him, vanquishing the noise. Henry was in a stairwell, continuing endlessly up and down. He went up, frantically, nearly tripping. Another click echoed below. He stopped and listened. No screams, no stomps, just steps. Slow, steady, serene steps. He copied them, or tried, skipping steps and continuing forward. He found a door which was labeled, one that he recognized from a previous trip, and opened it. Back in the falls, the publicly accessible part, not the inward, crowds had returned, and they were being herded by authorities toward the station. Henry walked along the edge of a plaza, trying to look as though he belonged, until one of the guards spotted him. "Sir, have you heard the announcement? Everyone to the station, now!" "I need to find my son," Henry hollered. "He's probably there already. Come with us." The guard and a partner started toward him. The surveyor passed an unlit alley and ran into it. "I can't!" he yelled. The orders faded away quickly as he sprinted through a network of holes, hideaways, homeless encampments, and trash heaps. He hit a dead end, turned around, and went through a random door on his left. Inside looked like an odd shop. No prices, no shelves, but items all over the floor, each unique, mostly carved in wood. Different figures, symbols, buildings, arranged, he thought, as if representing a miniature of the facility itself. Henry carefully avoided knocking anything out of place and sat against one of the walls. Within a few moments, a second door opened, and a frail-looking woman walked through. She reminded him of the one he spoke to at the central station, but this one had no cane and much darker eyes. They stared at each other.
"You're supposed to knock, and the door is supposed to be locked."
"Sorry,
Forget it. I'll read your cards like anyone else."
I saw someone who wasn't supposed to see me, so I'm hiding here. I'll pay you. I don't have money, but I'll find something. I don't want to play cards."
"Card reading is only a game to the extent that all life is."
Henry got up and tiptoed back to the door he came through, then peered out through the curtain but saw nothing. He looked back at the reader. Why not? She motioned for him to follow her into the next room, scarcely larger than a closet. Wood floors, walls, ceiling, all covered in carvings, overlapping layers of carvings, some distinctly old, some probably etched in that day. The room was empty but for one chair. She took the chair and pointed to a spot on the ground where Henry sat.
"People used to send 3 or 4 copies of every letter, all the important ones anyway, knowing at least one of them wouldn't make it. Delayed or misplaced letters cost battles, which in turn cost wars. People wrote slightly different versions on occasion, leaving it to chance of fate to whichever made it through."
Henry looked around. Are these places always so small on purpose? Nothing to lean on lest the whole thing falls in on itself?
"It's an intimate procedure, reading a human being. Another example, then. An old religious sect would select its members through a similar mix of fate, chance, and merit. The community would elect a number of people who had the potential to guide. Those chosen would gather at a ceremony in which they placed their respective holy books on one table, then leave the room. Another individual, either the previous leader or someone designated, would then shuffle the books around and place a bookmark inside one of them on a random page. The chosen few return, and each picks one book. The one who finds the bookmark becomes the leader, and reads the passage indicated by the mark, which serves as a guide for the community.
So, merit is in the selection, chance is in the shuffling, and faith is in the passage.
Exactly. I think. It surely varied from one community to another, which is its own element. The reading is akin to those phenomena in almost every way, down to each reading being different. Every time we shuffle this deck, the order of the cards has likely never been shuffled before. The possible combinations are 60 digits long or thereabouts. We both participate in the shuffle. You make the last cut. Compounding that, I have to interpret the cards as they come up for you. Then you internalize what I give you, to whatever extent you find appropriate or necessary. Perhaps more is assimilated subconsciously. In any case, the things I say can change your life, and in turn, the cards can change your life. You're at a crossroads every time you make a decision. There are many paths available, and yet here you are. You can collapse the whole thing. You can choose whether you want a reading or not in this moment.
Henry didn't reply for some time, peeked through the curtain again, then sat down. I still don't want to, but today has been an exploration of that realm.
Of fate or luck?
Of things I don't want to do. The reader smiled and started shuffling, looking at Henry as she did. He looked back at her, away from the cards. A quiet thud redirected his vision to the cards that laid between them.
Cut the deck. Doesn't matter where, but only once.
He did. Where did the cards come from? He asked.
They are mostly passed down through a family or a chosen apprentice, along with the knowledge of how to repair. I don't think a new card has been printed since the wars. We all have different sets, and more cards is generally better.
He nodded. You've got more than 200 cards in that pile.
Just under, actually, but a few are clones.
Why?
We like to say the more common cards apply to more people, as if the odds self-sort. But most use what they can get and justify it after. Mistakes or forgeries cloud the outcomes, but never entirely. Even if the entire deck is false, the order of turns still matters. Then it's a matter of the quality of reading.
You are good. I'm almost convinced.
Flattery won't change your cards. Or maybe it will.
She flipped the top card face up.
The twin snakes. Rarely a good sign, even less so as a first turn. It means you've been lied to by at least two of importance today, or that you will be before you sleep.
Henry didn't respond verbally, but his thought was almost visible on his face. The reader flipped the next card.
The eye. I've never had a solid grasp of it. It appears more than it should, and ironically it doesn't illuminate much.
The eye absorbs light. She closed hers.
Even now?
I don't know. As she flipped another card, someone banged on the door. She was startled by this and threw the card, which landed in front of Henry face down. He put it in his pant pocket without checking the face. Time for me to go. She nodded.
Both of us.
The reader pointed at a stepladder. Henry grabbed it and placed it where she indicated, under the ventilation. Then she motioned to one of the bookshelves, which Henry moved, revealing a hidden connection to another building. Henry walked up to the Bubble Casino's guards again. Zawisza's last favor. One of the guards looked up. Take him round back, he said to the guard on the roof. Sounds like I'm being put down. The man with the big gun chuckled and motioned vaguely with his hand. Henry looked up. The one with the binoculars gave him a thumb up, then motioned for him to walk around. He followed until he was at the back of the bubble. His guide slid down the wall to meet him. No back way, Henry said. What about my introduction? Binocular said. Looks like fun. The man's eyes lit up. I go out of my way to do it as much as possible. Getting back up, though. Henry shifted weight from one foot to the other. So, where to? Boss is smart. I'm the only one who knows the location. They started walking. What if something happens to you? I'm the only guard who knows. But I'm not the only point of contact. The one who hired us could relay the message. There could be others I don't know about. You'll know about this one. Normally we blindfold, but not for a last favor. The location moves too. Almost always in one of the bubbles. But there are 9 of them, and the casino isn't the biggest. The guard nearly tripped, but caught himself. Henry offered a hand. I see why you like your slopes, he said. His hand was enveloped by the guard's, with strength you would expect from someone twice his size. Henry didn't so much pull him up as barely stopped himself from being pulled down. It's not the inclination, but the elevation. I love my perch up there on the bubble. It's where I spend most of my time. I live up there. They let me set up all my stuff. Nothing too heavy or sharp. Anyway, I guess it's a bit like being on top of a hot air balloon, but grounded, stable. I have a rope that I can pull up when I go to sleep, usually in a sleeping bag, though there's access from the building. I like it up there. I'm a watcher, maybe observer. No, lookout. That's me. You're the first solid line of defense. That's it. Anyway, if you live through this, I can take you up there. Teach you how to slide down proper. Can we get an air mattress below or a big trampoline? Do tricks onto it? Not tonight. Henry stopped. The lookout didn't react, kept walking. The surveyor eventually caught up, and they were introduced to a gaping service tunnel. The lookout stopped. So did Henry. You go on alone. Why? Henry asked. If there's more than one person, they get buried. Authorities never travel alone. Uniforms might, the surveyor said, and started walking. Another guard was fiddling with a record player next to a body scanner. Henry passed through the scanner. It beeped. I've got a... Oh, don't worry, that's a good beep. The room was all concrete, with one small air vent in the ceiling. An antique auto was the only thing inside, with a single occupant in the driver's seat. Henry stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The auto was spacious and stripped of most compartments. "Drink?" the driver asked. "Sure," Henry accepted and unscrewed the cap. "Hope you don't mind the herb. Haven't had a smoke all day." "Go for it. Maybe open a window," Henry said, then drank. "No. This is the only place in the world I know of where you can talk with certainty that nobody other than me is listening. Only works if the windows are up. The gods play the record outside, loud, until you're finished here." The driver lit up his smoke. "So, you're the boss?" "No, I don't like titles or names. I'm just a man." "A man who owes a knight 2 favors?" "Zawisza saved my life, so I gave him 2. And I was aware of your little operation." "Not mine, and it's not little. The center might not exist tomorrow." "How's that?" "At least 100 different teams working in tandem without knowing it to overthrow whatever or whoever is in charge." "And they're dealing with the uniforms?" "I hope so." The man laughed. "Me too. But say a few teams are on that and assume a high enough success rate to overthrow whoever is in charge. Then what? Are you going to evict everyone in the center? Or bury them in it? With it?" "No." "And you know that for sure? With absolute certainty?" "Absolute?"
"Fine. Functional."
"No. But I know the operations were designed to minimize innocent suffering."
"Wrong. You don't know what other operations are. You can't infer from the state of this place that it's true of the operations at Inward Falls. But you can't say that about the rest, which are arguably more important. We're in one of the last places people can exercise some freedom. Whatever happens here today will have no impact on the center."
"If the scope was limited to this place, I'd agree with you, but it isn't. As a surveyor, I was given options on where to go and what to do."
"Were you? That is interesting. But I don't think we'll come to any reasonable conclusion on the wider point."
"Leave it for another time, then?"
"Another time. Hard phrase. Sounds lateral. Is that opposed to linear? I'm not sure."
"I need a way out."
"So there may be a center tomorrow after all?"
"It's uncertain, but I'm certain people are after me."
"Just people?"
"Uniforms, probably."
"If it was uniforms, you'd be dead or dying."
"Maybe. And maybe I am."
"Not today. I haven't broken a promise yet."
"Can you do it?"
"Easily. But I'm not keen on meeting any yous, now or in the future. Which makes it a bit more challenging."
"Well, how?"
"I still have half a smoke, and you haven't finished your drink. I'll let you know when we're done."
Henry chugged the rest of the bottle.
"All right. Want some?"
"Yes." The driver handed it off. "I'm guessing a token for the loop is out of bounds?" Henry asked between draws.
"Just 50 cc to save your life? I wish."
"It's impossible to predict the simplest oversights." Henry handed back the smoke. "Thanks for checking."
"I dreamed I was in this car alone last night, and somehow I knew nobody was coming. And the doors were locked. There was no imminent danger or reason to fear. I've installed air holes, stocked food and water, so I'd last a while. But I knew I wasn't getting out. That I was stuck in here, there. And you know what occurred to me?
What?
We're almost never alone in dreams. Now that itself is a notable fact. I think it makes it easier for our brains to convince us. Less wandering when others are prompting. More importantly, though, I had this thought in a dream without realizing it was a dream. I was philosophizing on the nature of the dream state in the dream state. Daydreaming in a dream. And it never clicked until I woke, obviously.
Is that where it ended? The man looked away.
No. I'm not sure how this relates to... You're thinking about escaping from an escape. You're being given an opportunity to thrive. A seat at the next dinner party. And you're going into a hurricane instead.
I think the uniforms are worse than hurricanes.
But you could fake your end here. With me. And after a while, you could spend the rest of your life in the Falls working for me.
Working for you? The man put out his smoke in the divider separating the seats.
Yeah, I can get you out. But if the grand plan doesn't work, of which I am almost certain, there are only 2 places you can go, and both are a lot worse than this one.
Henry thought for a while, long enough for the driver to locate another smoke. I meant, the nature of the work. I could also come back.
You won't come back. And if you did, you'd have the same credentials, the same prints, the same voice, the lot.
I could fake the voice.
If they can identify burned prints, they could probably spot your impressions.
Probably.
So,
can I bring someone along?
No time. Despite my doubts about your wider objective, your actions have had the effect of raising local security levels to their maximum, where they will stay for a while.
You think there's a chance they'll close Inward Falls?
Permanently? No. He mentioned you were a nature enthusiast.
He's good at the kind yet mocking thing.
I observe the same. Perhaps a tad slower than you.
How'll you pay for the work? The man laughed briefly.
I won't. You'll be paying your debt off for a while. But I'll cover your expenses if you keep them low.
Sounds like less of a favor now.
After you're debt-free, you'll be paid. And I'll even help you on your tree crusade or whatever. I'll supply all your needs. People, water, seeds, insects.
Insects?
Yes. I can even source you a bee colony or 2.
Henry couldn't quite hide his joy, and smiled, but looked away and composed himself, then thought for a while. Will I have to hurt people for you?
Yes, not often. Maybe only once.
Kill?
Maybe once.
One person?
One occasion.
If a second necessity comes along?
I'll find someone else,
the driver said, putting out the second smoke.
Time's up. You need to decide. Or time will for you.
Night. Henry scanned the platform of Inward Falls Station as he stepped off the conveyor, which appeared to be the only functional piece of infrastructure left at the resort. Although the scene was not chaos, everyone seemed braced for it. Some lights were flickering, some were off. The intercom was constantly repeating a placeholder emergency message, but it was barely audible when it wasn't cutting out. What amazed Henry was the stillness. The surveyor was the only one shaking. Someone tapped him on the shoulder.
Excuse me?
He felt nauseous, but turned to face his future, ears ringing, vision blurred.
"Would you like some water?"
a smiling face asked. "Cheers," Henry replied, regaining composure.
"Are you all right?"
the smiler inquired, looking concerned while maintaining a grin. "Do you have wine?"
"That's a good idea. Might ease some nerves. I'll be back."
"I promise not to move." The smiler walked away, still smiling. Henry considered following along, but opted instead to look for a seat, of which there were none. Every bench, stool, step, platform, edge, every piece of ground was occupied by somebody, or multiple somebodies, or bodies of one sort or another. He walked along one of the gaps in the collective, which were always shifting, a superorganism of relentlessness. He met the gaze of a woman who followed him as he walked. She was a few steps up, unreachable by foot, not without making many friends. He thought about how disturbed he must have appeared, how he physically couldn't smile, yet also couldn't look away. He was more nervous at that moment, indeed, borderline shaky, than he had been at any point that day. Suddenly, he could smile, and almost tripped on a wayward empty shoe, managing to keep his eyes locked on her in the stumble. She covered her mouth to laugh for a short moment, then looked away, perhaps remembering something. Henry thought about that, hoping it wasn't something he had just done. She turned around, or tried, but couldn't face a different direction in the human mess, then leaned back and looked at the ceiling. Henry's eyes followed. Cracks, smokestacks funneling into one functioning air intake or drifting toward a broken one. Shouts came from somewhere in the crowd, a few from the same voice, and then it was quiet. Now, as close to the eyes as he could get, he stopped. He thought about how, in blocking what was a free passage, he was now a door, an entry and an exit, an opening and a closing, a gate, as was every person in the massive station. She looked back at him. "Dance with me," Henry said. She heard but didn't reply. He noticed that a few hundred people were now looking at him, and a few of those tracked his eyes towards hers. "Why?" she asked eventually. "Might be our last. I want my last dance to be with you." The whole place was now nearly silent. "I might be on call for a while then," she said. "No. Once will do. Next few decades with no dancers will be much easier than missing this one." "Doable, but not here," she said, looking around at the faces. "Jump." He put his arms out. "No. One of us sprains an ankle in half the plausible scenarios." "Then we couldn't dance." He smiled. Giving up a bit easily. She stood and managed to open enough doors to reach him. "I hope you're not taking me to one of the bubbles." "The conveyor belt may be fun." "Let them dance on the ferry," someone in the crowd shouted. The muffled chuckle of the collective echoed. The pair looked at each other, silently approving the notion. "That's the loudest nervous laugh I've heard outside of the Central Award ceremony," Henry said. The crowd cackled. New shouts came from multiple directions, decidedly more aggressive than the last frightful singular. The humming speakers regained their volume. "Please Staffing.
Staffing? We all work for you, someone shouted.
A more confident laugh came out.
Rain? If only we could get some rain.
A new voice, female, followed. More aggressive vocalizations from the periphery, and then the middle, then relaying back to the outskirts. A loud boom overtook all other noises as the floor seemed to shift. Then there was a functional silence. Only so many inhalations and exhalations, falling inward and echoing outward, toward and away from synchronicity, disturbed it. Ot an also disturbed it. And then it was quiet. No shaking, no panic, no shouts, no speaking, and no speakers. Stillness. "Let's find that ferry," Henry said, breaking the peace, and immediately realizing the crowd was no longer interested in the pair. A few grunted and shrugged in the direction of the supposed dancing apartment. Others leaned over enough to be stepped around. Henry thought there should be dancing compartments on trains, then realized every compartment could always be danced in. The pair blended with the crowd, separated more than once, but fully aware of the impermanence, invariably drifted back together. "What if we end up at the garbage compactor?" she asked. "Funny spot for a first dance. Or a last one. Could be useful at dinner parties." "Dinner parties?" "Yeah. Even if it's our last dance, we might have some dinner parties after."
"What's your name?"
"Henry."
"Sylvia."
Not one letter overlapping. Seems unlikely. They each tried to think of a pair of such names at least 5 letters long and gave up after a few attempts. Neither could think of anything to say. Then they were at the ferry, the last stragglers being cleared from inside as well as the roof by self-appointed members of the audience, possibly securing better spots for themselves. The way in was clear. A concrete carpet, flanked on 3 sides by spectators and a vessel on the 4th, they walked towards the step of the second pod. "I'm not much of a dancer."
"I've never been in first class."
"Me neither." They laughed, rose up the steps. Henry gave a wave as he followed Sylvia.
"I bet they have music on this one,"
she said, hurrying inside. Henry pressed the button to close the doors as he got in, but it wasn't working. "Crowd must have broken something," he said.
"Fuck. Jukebox is down too,"
she said, without turning around. Music came on the loudspeakers for the entire station, which startled the pair and the crowd. He recovered first. "That was me," he said, walking up to her southwest. She looked back from the box with a slight smile, then away again. With the music cutting in and out, he gently brushed the side of her sweater just above her waist. She looked back again, indulged the motion, hips followed, and she faced him. "Luckily, most of them can't see our legs, so as long as we glide along, we'll be fine. You can't even be on your tiptoes.
Or you can crouch down a bit."
Someone not far ahead screamed something about flying off the fucking ferry. Or both.
"Neither."
"Doable." They faced each other. He took a step. She took a smaller one, and half of their hands met. 2 arms out, connected, 2 arms encircling each other, also connected in a way. They started their somewhat synchronized but graceless gliding, skidding, smiling. The gosh! Thought at least 7 onlookers, but only one said it out loud and got the half-confused laugh. "Why me?" she asked as they slid sloppily. He thought about it a bit. Compulsion. "You stole that from somebody." "I applied it to a new medium." "He's an artist or a psychic?" "First one." "Ha! I'm good." Henry nodded. "Give us a spin," he said. She spun. He followed. The crowd responded positively. He brought her in closer and spoke quietly. "There's a revolt happening. I had a tiny part. They probably won't be letting me leave, or they'll be waiting for me at the center." "And I'm just a way to get out?" "No, I didn't realize we'd end up in the pod alone. And I doubt they'll let us waltz off when we stop." "We could hide. They check. Empty train? Check. Fill it up. Send it back. Then we get off on the first proper return." "Nowhere to hide in these things." "Fuck. Probably how they were designed." "Maybe there is no center to go back to," Henry said. "That bad?" "Would that be bad?" "Everyone I love is in the center," she said. "Everyone?" Henry asked. The song was winding down. "Just about." She smiled and they hugged. The crowd gave a short clap along with a few cheers. "Now, kiss me. The crowd will—" He interrupted her sentence. Lips gently probing and prodding each other. Exploring. He bit her lower lip gently. Upon release, she bit back harder. The crowd cheered and tramped. Every couple there had their own tender moment. A few new potential pairs began. The pod itself began to tremble. They stopped kissing, and the noise withdrew. She slid slowly to a crouched position, running a finger down his shirt. The men in the crowd relapsed. She laughed and sat back on the floor. He laughed too. "Now," she said. "Now what?" he asked. "We crawl to the front and get the power on." Henry reached out with his hand. "We'll walk. Who's going to stop us in this mess?" She took his hand and returned to the crowd's view amid a few disappointed noises. 2 hands joined, he bowed to them, and she curtsied. The crowd gave them a second grander applause. "And at Central, we just say we don't know what happened," she said as they started to walk up front. "Hopefully it's too chaotic for anyone to care, because that's a horrible excuse." She kicked his foot half playfully. "You're the 3rd or 4th woman to kick my foot today. You're popular." Before they could move between the pods, a knock came from beside one of the openings. The pair braced. "Wine for the newlyweds." Henry was met by the kind face from before, who had 3 bottles of wine cradled in her arms. "You told me not to move, and I only asked for one," he said redundantly, smiling at the smiler. "You made yourself easy to find, and you calmed the crowd, the whole resort actually, well, wherever the screens still work. So 3 is what you get, and 3 is too much for me." "Me too," he said. "Give one back to the crowd," Sylvia declared. The pair got their bottles, and the 3rd was opened and passed to the crowd, which got a louder cheer than anything up to that point. Sylvia opened her bottle and sipped, then passed it to Henry, who gulped, and passed it to the smiler, who swigged. "So, any ideas what's going on?" Henry asked her, retrieving the bottle.
The resort target was some organized criminals, lots of currency stolen or lost, or that's what we've been told. You don't believe them?
Sylvia asked, taking the bottle from Henry.
I think they're leaving things out. Too many fires, explosions, people here. Doesn't make sense that it's all for a few robberies. And how would anyone expect to rob these places and leave? Leave where?
What about the station? We noticed the buttons aren't working, Henry asked as the alcohol returned to him.
Oh, well, of course. Can't have the crowd operating the machinery that nearly breaks the sound barrier. We've been told to prepare to return all guests to the center as soon as possible. Something's wrong with the local database, though, and we can't screen people until it's fixed.
Mind if we finish the wine up front? First time in the luxury class, and just the two of us. Once-in-a-century type experience. This whole day's been for most of us, probably.
Sure,
the Smiler said.
Just don't break anything, or try to leave early.
Henry raised his thumb.
That hat is really ugly,
Sylvia said. The worker's laugh was silenced quickly by the door between the pods. Henry took the cap off and observed it from a new distance. Maybe you're right, he said, tossing it on one of the seats.
Did you dress yourself?
No, a skater girl did.
You're allowed to say no to skater girls.
This one looked pretty tough, and it wasn't an aesthetic choice.
No excuse.
They started walking to the door that separated classes. I did pick the hat, actually.
Even worse.
She pressed the button. Nothing happened.
Guess we turn ourselves in.
At least we tried, Henry replied, looking at the door. Ah, in emergencies, slide door open physically.
What a pointless button.
Hey, he's doing his best.
Clearly.
They slid the door open together and closed it behind.
This is amazing. Better than my bed, she said, eyes closed, leaning back in one of the front row seats.
Henry took the one next to her, sank into it, and relaxed for the first time in days. If they had these everywhere, nobody would ever dissent.
Maybe, but half the people wouldn't want to work. Wouldn't be able to. This level of comfort is almost distracting. It's not a chair, it's a throne. It's an activity on its own.
You think the Central Committee just sits in these all day long?
If there is a Central Committee. Pass that wine.
Henry sipped and put the bottle in her lap. I don't even want to get the power on now. She laughed.
What if we just stay in the falls?
We could try. I don't know who to trust anymore, other than you. But I also want to see what happened in the center. We could always come back.
Agreeable.
That word sounds disagreeable whenever it's used.
Doable, then.
The power was restored. Lights, loudspeakers, the train, noises and triage over and under each other competing for eardrums. At the same time, a man stepped into their carriage. The pair looked at each other and held hands. Oh, hello! I'm the conductor. I didn't think there was anyone on board. They looked at the man, didn't say anything. He continued. Well, they want me to test the loop before carrying any passengers. Make sure there are no further disturbances. I really shouldn't let you stay. The pair said nothing, but both conveyed enough with their eyes. I did lock the doors already, though, and that is a painfully boring process, so let's just say I didn't notice you two. It's been a tough day. Mistakes do happen.
Thank you,
Sylvia said. Wine? Henry offered. We've got a whole bar stocked up here. I'll just grab one of those. He tapped a few buttons on a console popping out of the wall ahead of the front row. A panel opened, revealing bottles and glasses. There we go. Help yourselves. I will indulge. It has been, well, you probably know. It's gonna be a long trip. Slower than usual. And I don't have any pills, so enjoy the seats. They are something else, right? The pair nodded. The conductor picked a bottle and disappeared into the front of the ferry. Henry took the card from earlier out of his pocket and looked at its face. Fortuna. The End.